We want to go ahead and get started with the medication safety roundtable. And we'd like to open this up with a public service announcement that we developed this year as part of the Third Cause campaign.
This is a public service announcement by the American Society of Pharmacovigilance.
We only have 4.2% of the world's population. We had a higher death count than any country in the
Adverse
world.
drug reactions are actually the fourth leading cause of death.
Third leading cause of death in the
Whether
U.S.
it's patients, families.
Athletes.
I can't be the only person that's gone through this. I can't be.
We
Make this industry a safer industry.
No other nation in the world has what we have here. This is an existential threat.
Through God's help and society's help, I could be a better Bob.
Visit thirdcause.org to learn more.
All right, thank you, Jim. Good morning. Thank you all for being here. My name is Sarah Rogers. I'm co-founder and president at the American Society of Pharmacovigilance, and I want to welcome you to our National Adverse Drug Event Awareness Day Roundtable. We are so grateful to convene a distinguished group of leaders across healthcare, public health, regulatory science, industry, and patient advocacy, both here in Washington, D.C., and those who are joining us virtually. Today is grounded in a simple but urgent reality that adverse drug events are estimated to be one of the leading causes of harm and death in the United States. Many of these events are preventable, yet despite decades of progress in therapeutics, we still lack coordinated national strategy to systematically prevent medication-related harm across care settings. And this gap is what brings us here together today. The roundtable is not about any single stakeholder, system, or solution. It's about alignment across the full medication use life cycle, from pre-market evidence generation and regulatory decision-making to post-market surveillance, clinical practice, and patient engagement. We all play a role in shaping a safer system. So if you do have any questions during the roundtable, feel free to add those into the chat. We are excited to have Michelle Sarkisian moderating the online chat. So, you can give you some instructions in a few minutes as well on how you can share your questions and comments via X. Wanted to just start with the basics. So what is an adverse drug event? This figure is adapted from the National Action Plan for Adverse Drug Event Prevention that was put out by the Department of Health and Human Services in 2014. And an adverse drug event is really any injury resulting from a medical intervention related to a drug. We also have medication errors, which unfortunately happen all the time throughout healthcare. But not all medication errors result in harm to the patient. And that event or that harm to the patient is what is actually the adverse event. We also have adverse reactions, which a lot of people would call side effects for medications. These are a leading driver of adverse drug events in addition to medication errors. In terms of the scope of the problem, adverse drug events contribute to millions of injuries and hospitalizations each year. They're estimated to be involved in nearly 1 out of 20 deaths in the US. And what's particularly striking is that up to half of these events may be preventable, which points not just to unavoidable risk, but to gaps in how our systems are designed and function. This impact is also economic. Medication-related harm has been estimated to cost over $500 billion annually, representing a significant portion of overall healthcare spending. And this risk is not evenly distributed. It increases substantially with polypharmacy, taking multiple medications, especially among older adults, patients with chronic conditions, and children with complex medical needs. The American Society of Pharmacovigilance was founded in 2018 to address this persistent gap in how we approach adverse drug events. Too often, adverse events are treated as isolated clinical errors rather than predictable, preventable systems failures. ASP is a neutral, multidisciplinary convener, bringing together clinicians, researchers, patient advocates, industry regulators, and policymakers because medication safety spans the entire healthcare ecosystem. Our mission is to prevent adverse drug events through advocacy, education, and research. And our vision is a healthcare system where medication safety is a shared priority and preventable harm is eliminated. National ADE Awareness Day is one of our core initiatives created as a dedicated national moment focused on adverse drug events and their impact. It's held annually to raise awareness of the scope and consequences of medication-related harm and to keep that conversation visible across healthcare research and policy. Importantly, this day is about honoring patients and families who have been affected by preventable harm, which is a critical part of why this work matters. And at ASP, we've been working to elevate this issue as a national priority. Based on available estimates, adverse drug events may account for over 250,000 deaths annually, placing them among the leading causes of death in the US and what we've described as the third cause. And importantly, despite this burden, the US still lacks a modern coordinated national action plan to prevent adverse drug events across the healthcare system. Building on that momentum, just last week, we released this announcement to convene today's discussion. In it, we highlight that adverse drug events are estimated to be a top leading cause of death. And more importantly, it's not just about raising awareness. This roundtable is intended to bring together leaders across sectors to begin defining what a modernized national action plan for medication safety could look like, and one that reflects today's data, today's technologies, and the realities of how medications are used in practice. So we're also really excited. We have Nate Branson here with us today. He's going to be doing our live posts on X, hosted from the National Center for Health Research. So if you have questions or comments during today's webinar that you'd like to post on X, please tag at NC4HR as well as at Am Society Farm and use the hashtag #3rd_cause. We're also really excited. We have Liam Gallegos, who is generally considered to be the king of LinkedIn Live, hosting our simulcast. And we also have Susan Murato, who's here on site with us and is going to be providing the live commentary on the LinkedIn simulcast and conducting interviews throughout the day. And now I'll turn it over to Jacob to tell us more about our online engagement.
That being said, thank you, Sarah. So my name is Jacob, and I'm working with Sarah on this marketing campaign, Third Cause campaign, describing to the world really why adverse drug events are the third leading cause of death. And in our 1-month marketing sprint, we were able to reach 350 registrants from over 36 unique countries across every time zone in the US, from patient advocates, survivors, clinicians, pharmaceutical companies. We have an incredibly broad audience joining us today, and we encourage each of you to take advantage of this opportunity to make a difference. Excellent. Take a look at this. So in just 1 month, we were able to reach 55,000 individuals across our social media platforms. And we will not stop until we have actionable results. And we want to resonate to every patient in the US and globally to prevent these really preventable harms. Next. This is a social media toolkit that Sarah was able to put together on the thirdcause.org website. We had almost 8,000 engagements with this toolkit, and we want to continue pushing out content like this so that people can use it and implement it in their clinics. Next slide. And then here are just 2 examples of what we disseminated to the public. And on the left, you can see that in the literature and statistically, we found 440,000 US deaths per year from preventable medical errors. And if you want to think about that, that's 1,000 people every day, which is equivalent to 2 747 jumbo jets. And those kind of metaphors and analogies resonate with the audience. We want to make that clear. On the right, it's just depicting that the US accounts for 5% of the global population, yet we have 50% of all prescriptions. And so what does that tell us, and why are these preventable harms still occurring? Next slide. Last year, we were launching the fourth cause campaign. And this year, we unfortunately have regressed to the third cause. And so this is kind of like the race against adverse drug events. We hosted a morning cruise last year. We have a lot of car enthusiasts that are promoting this so that we can reach all different kinds of audiences around the world. And the next slide. This year, we're planning a marathon. We want to start out in New York, and we'll post more on the social media. That way you can stay involved with us, and we can keep promoting this to the public and bring awareness to these harms. And this, unfortunately, is the reality. Even our furry friends are suffering from adverse drug events. And these are just 3 examples that we have from our survivors and patient advocates that have sent to us what is going on in the community. Next slide. These are some of our patients, and we encourage each of you to go to the thirdcause.org website and submit a very similar picture to help advocate and bring awareness to some of these preventable harms. Next slide. And yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Jacob. And as mentioned, sharing stories is an important part about National Adverse Drug Event Awareness Day. We're fortunate we have Bob Schwartz here with us today. He's a drug impairment expert and survivor of a near-fatal psychotropic medication adverse event, which inspired him to start a mission-based 501c3 called A Better Bob, where he's executive director. He's also executive producer of a short documentary film about his tragedy and experience called If I Had Known the Risks. So, Bob, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Sarah. And thank you for everybody to be at this table today. And thank you to the audience out there today. I am thankful, grateful, and humbled to be here today to share my story. You know, March 24th, 2004 was the worst day of my life. And it's amazing, 22 years later, there's now a day of awareness to it. So there's definitely a silver lining, or I like to think of a supernatural there in this day. But basically, what I wanted to do was share my story about a tragedy that happened on a very simple doctor's appointment. Back in 2004, I was a successful technology salesperson, living the life of utopia. I had a beautiful family, married for 10 years, 2 beautiful little children, and I went in to see my doctor for a simple back pain that I was going through. And what happened to me was a severe adverse event that happened, and basically I was prescribed the drug Concerta for 5 days, and it was without any informed consent. And it changed my life. In fact, the story started off that the doctor had given me a free sample of what the drug was. And basically, there was no screening. It was the last 10 minutes of the appointment. And he asked me, the last question before he gave me the prescription was, "How much do you weigh?" And I gave him my weight. And he started me at the drug at 54 milligrams. But if you go back to the manual, the Concerta manual for this ADHD drug, all patients are supposed to start at 18 milligrams. So he started me at 3 times the starting dose for this medication. What happened next after 5 days was I had an acute psychosis. And you need a visual of what happened to me. It's very similar to the movie A Beautiful Mind with Russell Crowe in it. And things were terrible after that point. It was just it was a game of survival after that. And nobody could tell me what happened to me. Nobody could tell me what went wrong. I reached out to all the agencies that were supposed to help me. I reached out to the manufacturer of the drug. I went back to my doctor who denied it was the drug. And he told me I had depression. And then in a matter of 2.5 months, he put me on 3 antidepressant medications, a anti-anxiety drug, a drug for sleep, and then he put me on a couple of mood stabilizers. So at the time, I don't think polypharmacy was around back then, but I think that was a pure example of what polypharmacy was all about. And things never got better. They only got worse for me. And 2 years later, I lost my family. I lost my career, lost my home, and I was basically in a life of turmoil. And by the grace of God, I went through a lot of years of silence, stigma, and shame when you go through something like an adverse event that you go through of something's nature. But it wasn't until I realized that I had to come out to the public with truth, transparency, and trust, and that's when things started turning around for me. And in 2021, we released an award-winning film titled "If I Had Known the Risk," and it can be viewed at www.risk.com. And it's a half-hour film, and it goes through the whole story that I try to sit here and describe. But it's such a difficult story to tell, so that's why the film, in just a half hour, just really gives you a great idea of what transpired and how. There's a great section in the film called "Litany of Indifference," which shows how systemically broken the system is. How I went back to my doctor, I went to the manufacturer, I went to the state medical board, and each time they just turned my back on me. It was more of a abandonment. It was more of gaslighting. It was more of ghosting. To what do we do next? How do I report this? How do I get help for this? And how do I get protection? Because I don't want anybody to go through the unspeakable hardship that I went through. So I'm dedicating my life going forward to the day that ruined my life, but now it's a day that hopefully is going to save a lot of lives, March 24th. We have to work harder and demand better to bring the evolution of healthcare safety to this industry. And you look at other industries out there, you look at the automobile industry, they came up with seatbelts, they came up with airbags, they came up with anti-lock brakes. Jacob, you just did a great example of the airline industry, showing that how perfect that industry has to be, or people won't be flying anymore. We have to bring that same level of safety to healthcare, and we must demand it. Adverse events and medical errors are not rare. This is happening every day. And again, we must demand the evolution of safety in healthcare on March 24th. So thank you again, Sarah and ASP, for having me here and letting me share my story.
Well, thank you so much for being here. I think your story really shows multiple failures across the process and having to navigate that for the first time. And it's a really good kind of way to tee up the discussion for today, because that's what we want to do, is try to figure out how we can make that process more streamlined for people if they do experience an adverse event. So also, we have joining us from remoting in Danielle Gansky, who is a psychiatric drug harm advocate and public speaker focused on raising awareness of antidepressant withdrawal and informed consent. This photo and this headline was actually featured in the Wall Street Journal. So she's going to be sharing some of her experiences and her advocacy work as well. Danielle, are you able to hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Hi.
Welcome.
Thank you so much for having me. Hi, everyone. So my name is Danielle Gansky. After being personally injured by psychiatric medications, I'm now an advocate to raise awareness about antidepressant withdrawal injury and other serious adverse effects of SSRIs that or remain largely overlooked in our healthcare and regulatory systems. So I wanted to quickly share a little bit about my story. So I was placed on psychiatric medications when I was just 7 years old. I was far too young to really understand what these drugs were, let alone the lifelong impact they could have on my developing brain and nervous system. It started in second grade. A teacher noticed I was a bit fidgety and distracted, and my parents were advised to take me to see a psychiatrist to be evaluated for ADHD. Very quickly, I was diagnosed, labeled, and medicated. I didn't have the capacity to really consent, and my parents were just trusting the doctor's expertise, doing what any loving parent would do. But they were never informed of the risks that these medications could lead to physical dependence, severe withdrawal, or lasting neurological consequences, or that there were still limited understanding of the long-term neurological effects on a child's developing brain. So it began with ADHD stimulants. I was switched between medications like Concerta, Adderall, and Ritalin, which were extremely overstimulating for my young nervous system. I was naturally a very happy, silly, sensitive-natured kid, but these drugs made me feel completely unlike myself. I still vividly remember how intensely awful they made me feel. I became wired, moody, agitated, just had very painful crashes at the end of the day. When I started having these adverse effects, the medications themselves were never questioned. They were interpreted as new or worsening psychiatric symptoms. So instead of removing the stimulant, another psych drug was added. That's when Prozac was added to the picture. I was still only 7 years old at this point. So side effects were always interpreted as new diagnosis, and more drugs were prescribed to treat the problems the medications themselves had caused. As I moved on to middle school and high school, the same pattern continued, and any severe reaction was blamed on my underlying disorder. There was periods when I felt completely flattened and numb and zombie-like, and others when I felt just so intensely wired and panicked, unable to sleep. I was down to 89 pounds because I couldn't eat. And when I tried to explain how badly I felt, the only language I had was really, I felt anxious and off because I didn't really have the words to describe adverse drug reactions, which I now know I was actually experiencing akathisia. As I got older, most of the other psychiatric drugs were stopped. There was times when I was on like 3 at the same time, antipsychotics, benzos, but all that eventually stopped, and I remained on SSRIs constantly throughout my whole life. After college, I decided it was finally time to come off of the SSRI. I wanted to see who I was underneath all the chemicals that had been hijacking my brain for so many years. So even though I had been on the antidepressant my whole life, all while my brain was literally developing, my doctor tapered me off in just 6 weeks, and which is dangerously fast for someone who had been on their whole life. But my doctor was not acting recklessly. He was following the standard clinical guidelines or guidance doctors are taught to use. So from there, what followed was a full body neurological crisis. It was a level of like physical and mental torment I didn't even know was humanly possible. My brain felt like it was on fire. I developed intense inner agitation, fear, something I can't even put into words how terrible it was. It wasn't human-like, and I couldn't sleep. I felt trapped inside my nervous system and body, just pure suffering. And I went back to my doctor for help. I tried to explain that I believed I was experiencing SSRI withdrawal, based on what I had begun to piece together from others sharing their experiences in online peer support forums, like something called Surviving Antidepressants, which is an online peer support group made of hundreds of thousands of people going through the same exact thing I was describing. He told me antidepressant withdrawal doesn't exist, that me Googling this was my anxiety and I needed more medication. His authority outweighed my reality, and the very harm caused by the drugs was used as proof that I needed to stay on them. I was in and out of hospitals, repeatedly dismissed. No one believed me. No one could help me. I was bedridden, lost 20 pounds, and was unable to care for myself. After months of relentless neurological suffering, I eventually went back on the antidepressant, not because I wanted to, but because the withdrawal had become so severe and disabling. I just needed to survive. And some of my symptoms resolved, but my nervous system had already been injured by this rapid taper. And then 2 years later, I decided I wanted to try to come off SSRIs again because they were causing very serious adverse effects. And I searched desperately for medical help to safely stop the drugs, but doctor after doctor dismissed my concerns. It was deeply frustrating and isolating. No psychiatrist was aware of withdrawal or knew how to help me come off safely. At one point, I was even told that wanting to taper slowly was a symptom of my OCD. So I tried tapering on my own, opening the capsule and counting beads with tweezers, weighing it to make the smallest reductions possible. But even tiny dose changes destabilized my nervous system. So a major barrier people face is that these drugs are not manufactured in doses small enough for very gradual micro tapering that most people need to safely come off. So patients are really forced to become their own pharmacists just to avoid devastating withdrawals. Eventually, desperate and out of options, I followed another psychiatrist's advice who advised I stop cold turkey. It would just feel like I had the flu for a couple weeks. That was completely wrong. I immediately fell back into severe withdrawal, and my symptoms were misinterpreted as an underlying mood disorder from a doctor who did not understand withdrawal, and I was prescribed a very powerful antipsychotic called Zyprexa, and I had a very severe adverse reaction to that. I couldn't think, I couldn't speak. My body became stiff. I felt like I was trapped inside of my body, and it felt like I had been given, quite frankly, a chemical lobotomy. I only took that pill for 9 days during the Zyprexa, but the effects didn't resolve. For years, I deteriorated rapidly. I became bedridden, disabled. I lost basic cognitive abilities. I got lost in my own home, couldn't hold conversations or do daily tasks. So my sense of self just completely disappeared. What I learned the hard way is that during antidepressant withdrawal, the nervous system is extremely sensitized, and adding more psych drugs on top of that can actually damage the nervous system more. So I ultimately, where I am today, I had to reinstate the antidepressant because the withdrawal was too severe. And today at 29, I'm still physically dependent on and essentially trapped on the same medication I was first prescribed as a child. And for the past 3 years, I have been attempting an extremely slow, reducing about 1/10 of a milligram. That's less than a 1% reduction because that's all my nervous system can tolerate. But even at that pace, I need months to partially stabilize between reductions. I'm still living with ongoing withdrawal symptoms and the long-term effects of withdrawal injury. This has left me with significant health challenges, cognitive difficulties, emotional blunting, and just an overall reduced quality of life. I don't know if I'll be able to fully discontinue without becoming severely disabled again. And my story is not rare. It really reflects a much larger hidden epidemic that is quietly devastating the lives of countless families and individuals. So I use my platform to raise awareness, and I sit on the board of the Antidepressant Coalition for Education. It's the only U.S. nonprofit solely dedicated to addressing the serious adverse effects of antidepressants, including withdrawal. So when these drugs are reduced or stopped too quickly, it can trigger what is known as withdrawal injury or protracted withdrawal. So this is a serious and still under-recognized adverse effect and neurological injury that can occur that occurs under the dangerously fast discontinuation methods that are still commonly used in medical practice today. For some people, this can mean intense, unrelentless suffering, loss of basic functioning, disability that lasts decades. In the most severe cases, people in withdrawal, it's so overwhelming. Many people take their lives in withdrawal. So these withdrawal reactions are misunderstood and misdiagnosed as a relapse of the underlying condition by doctors, and this can lead to additional medications, inappropriate treatment, and further harm. So antidepressants are taken by tens of millions of people, but there is still no clear evidence-based step-by-step clinical framework showing doctors how to help patients safely discontinue them. So and the tapering approach is still used today, is shaped by older assumptions that withdrawal would be brief and mild. So, however, research has found that these recommendations are based on limited evidence and do not reflect the realities faced by many long-term users. So there's people experiencing these injuries that could be prevented with slower, more individualized tapering approaches. So this is why ACE is working to establish national authoritative evidence-based tapering guidelines so people can come off these medications safely without these devastating neurological consequences. And also another big thing that ACE is working on is U.S. antidepressant drug labels do not clearly communicate the true scope, severity, and potential permanence of some of the most serious risks associated with these drugs. So this includes the possibility of the severe withdrawal injury, which is akin to a brain injury. And then also something called PSSD, that it's a condition that can persist. You can take the medication one time and have permanent sexual, cognitive, and emotional effects that don't resolve once you stop taking the medication. And it's really, truly devastating for people it happens to. So given the seriousness and altering nature of these outcomes, I really believe it warrants black box warnings and updating the labels. So right now, with the most serious risks are minimized or absent, true informed consent becomes impossible, and patients and families are left making decisions without critical information about these drugs that can profoundly alter the course of their life, and they're not able to make a true risk-benefit decision. So, yes, thank you so much.
Danny, thank you for sharing your story. It's really truly horrifying to think that what happened to you that you've been having to endure is happening all across the country right now, and that's why your message is so important. And we're just so thankful for you sharing your story and also your advocacy work. It's really, really important.
Thank you.
We have, and really the reason why we're meeting here today is to try to come up with some solutions to try to mitigate as much as we can that happening to folks. So here's an overview of today's agenda. Each session, the format is going to be a short framing presentation followed by a facilitated discussion with the roundtable. We'll also be asking questions from online. So again, if you have any questions, feel free to put them into the chat. And at the end of every hour, our friend and colleague, Michelle Sarkisian, will be moderating the online questions. So you can also post them on X. In addition, from 1 to 2 p.m. Eastern, we will have breakout sessions for all of you online. So I'll just give you a preview of the sessions now so that you can start thinking about which session or sessions that you'd like to join. So first we have John Spagnola. He's the president and CEO of Veteran Strategic Solutions. He'll be talking about written informed consent for high-risk medications, protecting patients through transparency. We also have Dr. Mara Miller, who's a medication safety coordinator at Coia Health. And she will be talking about medication safety and health systems, building safer systems and training the next generation. We have Dr. Omar Amer, president of the International Society of Pharmacovigilance, who's going to be leading a session on pharmacovigilance in practice, industry perspectives, and career pathways in drug safety. And finally, we have Dr. Abdul Jazea and Travis Thompson from Mira Precision Health, as well as Karen Merritt with Advocates for Universal DPD DPYD Testing, who will be hosting a breakout session on pharmacogenomics 101, how genetic testing can improve medication safety. So when we get to 1 o'clock Eastern, we'll give you instructions on how to join the breakouts. And throughout today's discussion, we'll focus on a few key questions. Are our current systems designed to detect and prevent harm in real time? Where are the gaps between what we know and what we can act on? And importantly, what would it take to move towards a more coordinated, proactive, national approach to medication safety? And we hope that today's discussion will help identify actionable opportunities, inform future collaboration, and continue to a broader national conversation about preventing adverse drug events. And to inform today's discussion, we've assembled a panel of national leaders across healthcare, arbiters of knowledge in their respective fields of expertise to weigh in on some of the biggest challenges in healthcare. And I think we'll take this time to go around the roundtable and let each person who's here now introduce themselves. And as we have more participants join throughout the day, we'll give those folks a chance to introduce themselves as they arrive. So let's start with you, Dr. Grote.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Blaine Grote. I'm a consultant, work in compounding and medication safety.
Bob Schwartz, Executive Director of A Better Bob or risk.org. And I gave my talk earlier today, and thank you to ASP.
Derek Blumke with the Grunt Style Foundation, work on medication safety issues, specifically focus on veterans, but have since been expanding to larger national population because this is just one more example of veterans being the canary in the coal mine, with 7 in 10 veterans under VA care being prescribed a psychiatric drug.
Hi, everyone. Brett Kay, independent consultant, have worked throughout the healthcare system for pharmaceutical companies, patient advocacy organizations, quality measure standards, performers, and so focus most of my career on patient safety, on medications, as well as quality of care and value-based care.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jude Nwokike. I'm Vice President at USP. I lead the USP Resiliency Center. We'll be speaking later this afternoon, but really very glad to be here and listen to the rest of the panelists.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Victoria Cancellieri. I'm also with the United States Pharmacopoeia for USP. I'm a pharmacist by background, and I work at USP to lead the development of public quality standards in pharmacogenomics. So really excited to listen and participate in the discussion today.
I'm Kevin Larson. I'm an internal medicine physician and medical informaticist. I'm Senior Vice President of Clinical Innovation in Optum. I build medication decision support for doctors, where we can bake in best practice alerts and reminders and supports as doctors are actually ordering medications.
Hey everyone, I'm Jacob. I am a bioengineer pharmacist conducting research at Cornell Medical School.
Nate, go ahead. Nate's leaving our live chat on Twitter.
Hello, my name is Nathan Branson. I'm the Executive Assistant at the National Center for Health Research. I support and do a lot of day-to-day communications as well as social media for Dr. Diana Zuckerman, who will be with us very shortly.
Great. We do also have a special guest. Would you like to introduce yourself, Rahim?
My name is Rahim Rashidi. I'm a Bureau Chief for Kurdistan 24. I'm correspondent at the White House.
Great. So in at the top of the hour, we'll have Dr. Zuckerman presenting our first session presentation. But until then, I think we actually have a few minutes for questions. Michelle, were there any questions in the online chat, or would anybody like to ask any questions now?
I don't see any questions, but I can tell you at a personal level that I've been hearing questions in Atlanta around legislation, and the legislative session is active in all states at the moment. And people are asking what and how can they do to impact transparency about adversities, informed consent, and anything else that will provide them the medical freedom to make smart decisions for themselves and their families.
Thank you, Michelle. And we encourage everyone to please stay active in the chat, ask questions as they come. And this is meant to be for the audience and for your engagement. So please let us know if there's anything that we can do to help support that cause. So we have about 10 minutes until our first session on pre-market standards and some of the thresholds and implications to our patients. So please take this moment to ask questions in the chat for the roundtablist during this time, or anything that you'd like to hear about in the coming sessions.
All right, we'll be setting Dr. Zuckerman up in a minute. Want to take any kind of opening reactions or comments from the panel. Anything you'd like to describe or mention? Feel free.
I can say something. This is Blaine Grote. Hearing those stories was good to hear. Back when I was a practicing pharmacist, these were stories I encountered, not often, but enough for it to be memorable. And I can empathize with the individuals who express their stories. There are a lot of challenges that I think they didn't bring up, probably because there were so many other challenges for them. But insurance costs, insurance won't cover some of the medication changes that these individuals need for titrating off of their medications. Switching to a liquid was a challenge that a lot of them had to, a lot of patients that I've seen have had to do. And then compounding is ultimately something that a couple of my patients have wanted to switch to, and that comes with its own challenges and concerns. So big thank you to these individuals for sharing their story, and yeah, looking forward to the discussions we have today.
I think one of the takeaways that I heard from Danny and Bob's story, Danny, she sounds like she went through so many doctors, like 4, 5, 6, 7 doctors. It seemed like it was endless. And we talk a lot about patient education, but the thing I really heard from that was provider education. That how in the world are doctors still not trained on adverse drug events connected to antidepressants? How is it that they do not know of antidepressant withdrawal? I mean, just in the past 6 months, I had another VA doctor that wanted to prescribe an antidepressant. And I said, I had a horrific year-long withdrawal. And the answer was, I've never heard of that before. And I think that's probably going to wind up being a theme for the day.
Great, thanks, Derek.
And I think along those lines, just highlighting the importance of all the other members of the healthcare team and awareness for patients to be able to rely on pharmacists to learn more about the adverse effects too. I think we should also be relying on the physician who's prescribing it, but public awareness to know where you can go to get information.
Yeah, I agree. I think pharmacists are one of the most underutilized, workforce members in healthcare. So, yeah, I think we have a lot to discuss today. We have a few new panelists joining us, so we'll let them introduce themselves as they get seated here, and then we'll introduce our first presenter. So, Janess, would you like to introduce yourself to and the cameras up front for the webcast?
Oh, awesome. Yes. Hi. My name is Janess. I currently serve as the medication safety officer for a health system in Maryland.
Great. Yeah, Jacqueline.
Good morning, everybody. Excuse me. My name is Jacqueline Hartford. I'm a pharmacist by background, but I'm the program manager at the Mid-Atlantic Patient Safety Center.
Wonderful and welcome. So without further ado, we'll let's see. Share my screen here.
There were a couple of questions in the chat.
Oh, sure. Michelle, do you want to let us know the questions?
Well, what I saw is, do you think there is a supporting role that AI can play in detecting and relaying adverse events to pharma manufacturers? That was one of them.
Like a good question for you, Dr. Larson.
So we certainly are working with AI to summarize and extract data from medical records. I think that there is an opportunity, if it's recognized in a clinical visit, that AI could speed up and take some of the burden away from reporting. It's possible that it could be there to try to find issues, but so far that sort of detection of the unknown is tricky. What you have to do for AI, you have to what's called labeled data. So you'd actually have to have a whole big corpus of records and know which of those actually were an adverse event. Then you could train AI to like find those later on. But that corpus of labeled data is hard to find in healthcare.
So, Dr. Larson, would you agree that AI is a tool, not a replacement?
Yeah, absolutely.
I got a question on the pharmaceutical side, because a lot of people have always come on back and said something that, Bob, how come the pharmacy didn't pick up that this was the first time you were ever trying a psychotropic and that, you were starting at the highest dose possible? And they said somebody should have, the pharmacy should have flagged that right away and got back in touch with the doctor and say, hey, do you realize what you're doing to this young man? And, you're asking me, I'm like, hey, I took the drug. I mean, I don't know how, I took what was prescribed. I didn't know, he asked me what my weight was. So the manual says that everybody must start at the lowest dose possible, and they shouldn't even start with that drug, period. And, there should have been better handed me off to more seasoned experts to, instead of a 10-minute appointment, to blindly say, hey, let's try this and see how it works. I mean,
That's a great point. Another broken point in the process.
I'd like to go back to so with the Optum data. One of the things that we commonly see with antidepressants is an example. Someone starts an antidepressant one week, they go back to the doctor the next week, they're showing symptoms of mania or psychosis. The doctor sees, oh, I got the diagnosis wrong. It's not depression, this is bipolar, or this is schizophrenia, or this is another psychotic disorder. And they go from SSRI to mood stabilizer to a sedative to now they're on lithium and game over. And so I was just wondering, rather than how much would it take to train the AI to do that? I think a lot of us are using Claude or ChatGPT, and it's pretty sophisticated at this point. Could we just query how many patients of 1,000 patient records could we just query diagnosed with bipolar within a week of being prescribed or diagnosed with depression?
So you could do a research study on healthcare data and look for those diagnoses as they come after that prescription is negotiated. That would be more of a research analysis. You can find then the rate at which people are developing psychosis after initiating an antidepressant, an SSRI. What you do with that is another question, right? You publish another study and publish another report, and then how do you use that to change practice is I think another question.
Do we think that we're in a position to do this properly now? Because you said do a study. And I feel like these drugs, say SSRIs, have been on the market for 40 plus years now. Like, at what point do we say this is a crisis? And that we're actually increasing the health burden, economic health burden on our government because we're making people sicker? Like, is this model of approaching these problems, oh, we should do another study, or we should do another study? At what point do we say, this is a crisis and we need to invest and dig now? That's for everybody.
Yeah. The time is now. That's why we've convened here today, just near the White House.
I don't have an answer to it. I think, but I want to go back to something you said about sort of, there's data that we can pull, but one of the issues is, and I think from Bob's story and from Danny's story, is that they probably weren't reporting these as adverse events because they didn't even think of them in that way, right? And so data in, it's garbage in, garbage out, right? It's only as good as the data that exists. And if they're not reporting this data in the first place, we don't have an ability to do the studies because you're not looking for it in that way. You're just thinking, oh, it's the wrong diagnosis of it. You'd have to look at it in a different way. I mean, I worked for a pharma company for 4.5 years. We were required every year to take a training on adverse events. And there was, strict things about if you heard it, if anybody even told you about something good, bad, or otherwise of an event, you had to report it, right? And there was a website you could do, you could call it in and things. Doctors, I assume, and pharmacists get similar trainings or are made aware that if there is an adverse event, they need to report it as such. I don't know the rate at which they're doing it. And it sounds like certainly many of these doctors weren't even recognizing that was the problem, as I said, in the first place. And so, to your point,
do they want to report it?
Do they want to report it? Because that they're going to get malpractice or other kinds of issues, right?
That's exactly what happened in my case, because the doctor, I went to the manufacturer right away, and they sent me an official form, and they said, sign this, have a witness sign it, and we're asking your doctor for the medical records, right? The doctor never sent them, and they promised me an evaluation and investigation, right? And the doctor got 3 notifications to send my medical records and never sent them. And
even with your consent to do so.
And then the manufacturer never got back in touch with me. And it was just kind of one of those things where I had to wait 14 years before, while my wife's tumbling out of control, to say, maybe somebody did something wrong here. And that's why you look at the numbers. I think, Sarah pointed out earlier, it's only like 4.6% of hospitals, doctors, and patients report adverse events. And with those numbers, it cost the country $528 billion back in 2016. What's that number today?
Great question. And that brings us to our first session on pre-market standards, evidentiary thresholds, and implications for patients. My pleasure to introduce Dr. Diana Zuckerman. She's founder and president of the National Center for Health Research with a career spanning academia, federal policy, and public health. She previously served as a congressional science fellow, worked in the White House Senate and U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and was a senior policy advisor in the Clinton White House, where she focused on improving health programs and medical product safety.
I'm very glad to be here. I'm hoping, there we go. Okay, so you heard a little bit about me, and I'll just say that my goal today is to give the context of where things start. When FDA approves a drug, how do they decide that it's safe and effective, and how is it that patients are being harmed, even though these drugs are supposed to be safe and effective? There's a lot going on between when FDA approves it and when people have an adverse event that's really serious, or even if it's not so serious. So there's a lot of steps in between, but I'm going to start with the first step, and happy to talk about with all of you about the other steps. Next slide, please. National Center for Health Research is a nonprofit public health think tank. We focus on the safety and effectiveness of medical and consumer products, and we do not accept funding from companies that make those products. However, my father worked for Johnson & Johnson his whole career, and I inherited quite a bit of stock from them. But I think my track record speaks for itself. I've been very good at being very critical of all pharmaceutical companies. Next slide. So FDA's drug approval criteria are that drugs must be, in their opinion, safe, and that means studied on humans, effective, and once they're seen to be safe and effective by the FDA, they must be inspected by the FDA to make sure that the drugs are being made the way they're supposed to be made. Next slide, please. So what does that mean to the FDA? Safe and effective means that the benefits outweigh the risks for most patients for a specific indication. So first of all, that's subjective. Who decides? What if it's benefits 60% of the patients, but just a little bit, but then 5% die? You know, how do you define that the benefits outweigh the risks? And also that it's a specific indication. So if the drug is approved for depression, for adults, and how depression is defined, or if it's major depression or other kinds of depression, that is very specific. And yet, but drugs can be used off-label. Once they're on the market, once they're approved, any doctor can prescribe them, and it's perfectly legal. Next slide, please. So the approval process is one that I have studied for a few decades, and but from the outside generally. So the companies are paying often very impressive researchers to conduct the studies. They don't usually conduct them themselves. The FDA scientists then review the data, but they don't review the raw data. They look at the data that the company provides to the FDA, which are like similar to what you would see in a medical journal, but more detailed. But it's not patient by patient. You don't get to see exactly what's happening to each patient. And then, if it seems at all controversial, the FDA may hold a public advisory committee meeting. They haven't been doing this much lately, let me say, the last year. There have been very few public meetings, but when they do have them, what happens generally, they're usually a day long. The company praises their product for 2 hours, giving all their data and their interpretation of their data. Then the FDA scientists agree or disagree, and usually they only have an hour, sometimes 2 hours, to say, you know, well, we agree with this part of it, but we weren't so sure about how they analyzed the data, or we're not so sure that they should have looked at all of these different variables at the same time. So they have, you know, they are looking at it in a very detailed way, but again, not looking at individual patients. And it's an honor system. I mean, they have to assume that the data that industry has provided is accurate. They don't have to assume it's analyzed the way they think it should be analyzed, but they have to assume that they're not making up data, you know, so. And then there's approximately 1 hour of public comments. Anybody can speak. I have done this, it's sad to say, over 100 times, and other people on our staff have as well. And we usually only get 3 to 5 minutes. Most people who speak nowadays are patients. In the older times, 10 or 20 years ago, it was more likely to be doctors who were recruited by the company to speak. But nowadays, it's very, very often patients, and the patients are very powerful. And the patients are recruited by the company, and the patients are there to say, this is a great drug, or we really need this, or something like that. There may be physicians, there may be people representing medical societies also speaking, but usually they haven't looked, unless they participated in the studies, those people don't usually look at the data. They usually say, this is a terrible disease and we need more treatments, something like that. Next slide, please. So I think many of you know the gold standard and what used to be the traditional FDA standard for drug approvals is 2 double-blind randomized clinical trials studying patients' health in a meaningful way. So in other words, 2 studies where half the people approximately are getting the drug and half are getting a placebo. They don't know which half is which. They don't know which they're getting. The people doing the study don't know who's getting which. And that's important. I think many of you know that's important because people can be biased. If they think they're getting a new drug, they think they feel better. And that's why you have a placebo control. Because very often, and antidepressants actually a good example, where generally in almost every study that's been published, 40% of the people getting the drug seem to be doing better in terms of depression, and 30% of the placebo group is doing better. So it's a much smaller effect than one might expect. By studying patients' health in a meaningful way, I mean the patient feels better or the patient is better. It doesn't mean a biomarker, where I'll talk a little bit about that, or what's called a surrogate endpoint. I'll talk about that. Then traditionally, this should be a reasonable sample size, hundreds or even thousands of patients for that specific indication, which is a treatment for a particular, let's say, type of cancer, a treatment for adults, not children, or older adults, not younger adults, whatever it is. And then the appropriate time frame for the treatment, which is often just a few weeks or months. And this is because, traditionally, pharmaceuticals were for short-term treatments. Now, of course, there are many pharmaceuticals that people take for decades or even the rest of their lives. So you can't expect them to be studied for decades and wait that long to get it on the market, but it is often misleading when they're only studied for such a short period of time. And just about any psychotropic drug, I think, would fit in that, where they're studied for a short period of time and people are taking them for years. Next slide, please. Now, this has changed recently, and by recently, I mean sort of gradually over the last decade or two. And then the FDA commissioner recently announced that he thinks one clinical trial is enough. That was a big surprise to a lot of people because in science, replication is the key. You have to replicate your study to make sure it's real, but apparently FDA doesn't think that anymore. But even before that, often drugs are getting to market after one clinical trial, and it may not necessarily be blinded or randomized, although usually it is, or usually it was. It may focus on a surrogate endpoint that's quicker to measure. So for example, for a cancer drug, instead of studying whether the person lives longer, which might take years to study, you look at whether their tumor shrank. And that's a good measure, except that a tumor can shrink in the short term and then grow back sometimes even faster than before, after a few months. So one of the things that we very often talk about when we speak at these meetings is, how do we know if the patients are really benefiting? We think it should be looked at survival or quality of life or not being hospitalized or something that's more meaningful to patients. Also, recently, a smaller number of patients are being studied, perhaps 50 or 100. There have even been times when it was a dozen and the drug got approved. Anyway, usually that's a rare disease treatment, but still, you can't really tell very much when you have such a small number of patients. And I should also say that, of course, when you only have 50 or 100 patients, how many are men, how many are women, how many are people of color, how many are white, how many are of different age groups, you really don't know very much about the different kinds of patients that are likely to take the drug. And the studies are shorter. They used to be months or years. Sometimes they still are, but sometimes they're just a few weeks. Next slide, please. So, implications for safety, obviously, when you have fewer patients studied, that means if the risks are rare, there may be a lot of risks, let's say headaches or nausea that are common but not considered serious, but those rare risks that are extremely serious may not be obvious when you have such a small number of patients. And even if some patients have that problem, you don't know if it's meaningful either because you don't have a control group or it's just not a large enough group. And statistically, the larger your group, the more meaningful your statistical significance is. Obviously, shorter studies also mean that long-term risks won't be obvious. So, maybe a patient's taking something for a few weeks and they don't have any serious problems, but somehow after months or years, things are showing up. One example is the weight loss drugs that are so popular now. We're hearing every week about some new possible adverse event that we didn't know about before, or that was suspected before but wasn't found until just recently, thyroid cancer being one of the more serious ones. And then something that I can't emphasize enough are those vague summaries that industry often makes and that FDA goes along with, like a drug is generally well tolerated. Well, what does that mean? And most adverse events are mild to moderate and they don't last long. And that's not very meaningful because the company's definition of mild or short-term may be very different than a patient's. A very obvious example is when patients take an antibiotic and they get nauseous and they're vomiting. And that's not a serious adverse event, but do you want to be nauseous and vomiting for the next week even, let alone much longer period of time with some of these other drugs? So these summaries, and there's a growing literature in the medical research now about how when certain drugs are defined or described, I should say, as generally well tolerated, in some studies of other drugs that have exactly the same kind of adverse events aren't described that way. So it really depends on who's writing that article and what the peer reviewers allow and the editors. Next slide, please. So the big push at FDA for years now has been faster, faster. We need to be faster than Europe. We need to be faster than every other country in the world. We want to get our products on the market more quickly than anybody else. And there are several different pathways. I'm not going to go into them now, but I'm happy to talk about them. But the reviews to get things to the market more quickly by letting companies study biomarkers or other surrogate endpoints, and several surrogate endpoints that many of us think of as health endpoints, but aren't really, are things like cholesterol levels and bone mineral density and tumor shrinkage and even amyloid plaque on the brain for Alzheimer's. So yes, these are associated with and sometimes very strongly correlated with health outcomes, but not always. So, a person can have problems with bone mineral density and they take certain drugs and then their bone mineral density is improved, but they might still get fractures. And it doesn't necessarily mean that that surrogate endpoint is that meaningful to many patients. I've already talked about tumor shrinkage for cancer, and amyloid plaque on the brain is another thing where people with Alzheimer's tend to have more amyloid beta plaques on their brain, but there are people with quite a bit on their brain that are perfectly, function perfectly well. And there's also ones, regardless. So you can't just measure these biomarkers and assume that they correlate exactly with health. Next slide, please. So why are they pushing for speed? Well, patient organizations are advocating for new treatments and they are lobbying Congress and the FDA, often with support from one or more pharmaceutical companies, not always, but usually they wouldn't even know how to lobby. They're being trained, they're being flown in, etc. And Congress is advocating for innovation, and they're, innovation is like the biggest word in Congress lately. And they say they're doing it on behalf of patients. They are often doing it on behalf of patient groups and on behalf of industry. But as a result, the pressure on the US government to approve drugs, particularly if other countries do, but even if they don't. And what I always say is the difference between us and the EU, the European Union, is that in the United States, once a product is approved by the FDA, pretty much Medicare is going to pay for it, and private insurance is going to pay for it. Whereas in Europe, they can approve a drug, but the national health plans won't necessarily pay for it unless they say it's better than other drugs that are cheaper, for example. We don't have that. The US does not require a new drug to be any better than an older drug, even though the new drug's going to cost maybe 10 times as much as the older drug. It doesn't have to be any better. And in fact, it doesn't necessarily have to be as good. It just has to be better than nothing. Next slide, please. So there are different pathways, and at this point, there are so many drugs getting some kind of priority or some kind of quicker pathway that reviewers are under constant pressure to decide yes or no very quickly. And the staff shortages that happened with the administration last year have made that worse. So it was already difficult before that, and a lot of pressure to get decisions quickly. There's something called user fees. I won't go into that unless people ask, but where the companies pay a certain amount of money to the FDA so that they can hire more staff, but with the condition that they must make decisions more quickly. They don't have to be positive decisions technically, but they do have to be decisions, in a few months, instead of what used to take more than a year. And when there's an unmet need, especially for a rare or other deadly disease, FDA always weakens the standards now. And they call that flexibility, that they're being flexible because this is a terrible disease and there's nothing else. And we all understand that. We can be empathic about it and sympathetic about it. But when you have that flexibility in standards, that does lessen the evidence burden on industry. They can do their studies more quickly. They can get their products to market more quickly, but it burdens patients and it burdens physicians because we all have to make decisions sometimes without any kind of adequate information. And that's one of the things that we always try to explain to the FDA and explain to Congress, that you're lessening the burden on industry and making it worse for patients to make informed decisions. Next slide, please. Okay, so accelerated approval is something that's used very often now, and it's an approval that's based on preliminary data that must be, by law, must be confirmed. So the problem is it isn't always confirmed. So for example, when a product gets approved with accelerated approval, that's included some Alzheimer's disease drugs. It's included some cancer drugs, especially common with cancer drugs, and other drugs as well, where if they're approved, they can be sold for any price. The only condition is they must do another study, and that study must be better in some way, more conclusive in some way. Maybe it's longer term, maybe it's bigger number of patients, maybe it's a different outcome. So you're looking at survival for a cancer drug instead of tumor shrinkage, for example. But what the track record isn't very good. And it's partly because once a drug is on the market, it's very hard to do a randomized double-blind clinical trial because what patient wants to take the risk of being in a placebo group. The one advantage is you don't pay for the drug usually in a clinical trial, but at least what companies say is they can't They just can't get enough patients. It's taking years and years and years, and these products can stay on the market for many years. And then finally, we find out that they don't actually work. And there are still numerous products on the market, numerous pharmaceuticals on the market that have never been proven to work. And in some cases, the confirmatory trial shows that they don't work, and they're still on the market anyway. So these are the kinds of questions. Does it include enough, women and men, people of color, older patients? Very often, that obviously when studies are done, they want the healthiest sick patients they can have. And then, can they get long-term data? Are there enough patients in the study when they do these confirmatory trials? Next slide, please. I'm talking too long. All right, I'm gonna speed up. So does the biomarker mean that people actually are healthier? And I won't go into the details now. Next slide, please. Several studies have found that most new cancer drugs that are proven to shrink tumors, that's called progression-free survival, but does not improve overall survival. Progression-free survival is you're still alive and your tumor's not getting bigger. Overall survival is not just that you're not dying from that particular cancer, but that you're not dying. And that's really important because, especially with cancer drugs, they can be very toxic and you might die from something else, but you're not listed as dying from the cancer that you were being treated for. And of course, most cancer drugs have some very substantial side effects, serious adverse events. Next slide. Okay, the studies have been done showing that, these are the kinds of drugs getting approved, and many of them, and only 32% had meaningful benefits, and none of those were approved under accelerated approval. Next slide, please. This is another study, 330 post-market study requirements that FDA said they were requiring. 72% of them were late, and 45% of those that were late were accelerated approval confirmatory trials. Next slide, please. This is just one slide on devices, just to let you know it's even worse. 95% of medical devices do not go through clinical trials as part of approval, and even if whether or not they go through clinical trials, they could have evidence of safety and effectiveness, but about 95% of them don't. Next slide. Last slide. As you know, FDA decisions really have an impact on life and death. The gold standards is basically non-existent for devices, and it's an endangered species for pharmaceuticals. Most studies are too small or too short-term to provide really good safety data on adverse events in particular. And industry and patients affiliated with industry are contacting the media, the FDA, and Congress to influence FDA decisions and to influence everything that we know about them. Because when the story comes out, when a new drug has been approved, you hear all the great things about it, and you don't hear very much about the adverse effects. The end. Last slide. There I am.
Great. Thanks, Dr. Zuckerman. I think first we'll take any kind of comments or reactions from the panel or questions for Dr. Zuckerman, and then we can also we have some discussion questions as well. And if anyone online has some questions, go ahead and type those into the chat now.
So as scary as all that is,
yeah, making friends and cheering people up wherever I go.
There are all these compounding pharmacies now going direct to consumer. What kind of regulation is there for those?
Almost none. Yeah.
I'm a consultant in that space.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, compounding pharmacies were supposed to be for small numbers of patients. You're allergic to some ingredient in some common medication. You can't take it, you need it. the compounding pharmacy can make it without that one, unnecessary. But that's not what happens, as you know.
Unless it's on the same page, I'll guess a different question.
No, go for it.
You allude to the fact that, increasingly trials are getting shorter, the number of patients in them is decreasing. And as drug trials start to focus more on highly specialized things, personalized medicine, very small population, because they're getting into these genomic kinds of, rare diseases, genetic conditions, and so forth. What do you think is the right way to really sort of increase the trials or get more people? Because the problem is, many of these, you have an extremely rare and small population, maybe 3,000 patients everywhere, right? So what is the right threshold, or what is the right number of patients to really say this is representative, this is meaningful, when we're looking at the right, more than just an endpoint, but or an appropriate endpoint?
And of course, rare diseases have to be understood that way. But on the other hand, the definition of rare diseases by the FDA is under 200,000 patients in the United States, I think, in the year. So, malaria is a rare disease, but it isn't rare. It's just rare here. So, and 200,000 still is enough people to study. So some of these rare diseases are really very rare, and it's very hard. But just as an example, a drug for Duchenne muscular dystrophy, which was approved got accelerated approval based on 12 patients, no control group. I mean, this was the worst, really. And this was in 2016, and their confirmatory trial was due in 2020. It wasn't even started until 2020. It still hasn't been made public. And that company had one treatment. This was the only treatment that they were making. They were a startup company. They have made billions of dollars since then. Almost all the patients in their rare disease, a particular type of Duchenne muscular dystrophy, the drugs cost, I forgot to mention, over $1 million a patient per year, have never been proven to work. And Medicaid is paying for almost every one of those patients because, even when it gets approved, the copay is too much. I mean, when it's covered, the copay is too much. So there's an example where, and the company keeps making new Duchenne muscular dystrophy drugs for different genetic variations of that, of Duchenne muscular dystrophy, and they've made an enormous amount of money. And most recently, 2 of their drugs have been found in the confirmatory trial. They did complete it, have been found not to work, and they're still on the market. So, there's just this huge gap between what's logical. No, you can't have thousands of patients for a disease that not too many patients have. And the fact that some companies are making a fortune, are not doing their confirmatory trials. We don't know if they work, and they are, some states are running out of Medicaid money.
Can you comment on how drug promotion and marketing might be having an effect on our awareness of ADEs, and more specifically, like social media, this new age?
Well, I really would love to hear from you all about that, but every time I see these ads and I think, who would take this drug? It can kill you. You can go blind. It has all it. These ads are required. I was at a meeting once on that FDA put together on this issue, and it was early on. It was maybe 15, 20 years ago. It was early on when suddenly all this, digital advertising became popular, and what the people involved in the advertising were saying is, well, nobody wants to hear about the adverse events. Why do we have to even mention them? And of course, they're also presented in such a way that sometimes they're so extreme you can't even take it seriously, right? Because, people think, well, they wouldn't really be on the market. It was going to kill me, right? So I think that, you know, a lot of this is the psychology of it. And I have to say, I started my career as a psychologist. So I still think that way. You know, people don't, you know, if their doctor says this is a good drug, they want to believe it, but also they see these smiling, happy people in these ads, and it's very compelling. And I've been to, I can't tell you how many FDA meetings where they say, well, what can we do to make the ads, you know, more informative to patients? And there are people that are saying, well, you shouldn't have music at the same time that you've got words on the screen saying something different. And you shouldn't have words being said at the same time that the written words on the screen say something different, because we can't, I mean, any person who is in the field will tell you, you can't concentrate on both of those things. You know, you're going to hear it, you're going to see it, you're going to not really hear it or see it because they conflict with each other. So this is all known, and yet it still happens. And these ads are, you know, very compelling. And we're the only, you know, we in New Zealand, I guess, are the only countries that allow this. And, you know, RFK came in, RFK Jr. came in saying, we're not going to allow these ads anymore. And yeah, I don't know, we're still seeing them. And I did see a really interesting ad just a couple of days ago on one of the weight loss drugs where there was a person at a podium listing all the adverse events in a very, you know, kind of okay way, you know, reasonable way. There was no distractions. They must have been, I know one of the companies got in trouble for not reporting some of their adverse events. And my guess was this was some kind of arrangement to make up for that. But, you know, is that really going to make a difference? Is anybody going to pay attention to that? I mean, I personally don't look at ads usually, but, you know, and I just zip through them on my DVR. But what can we do in a country that allows these ads is a big question. And why is it that people don't pay attention to those warnings? And how can we help them? And should we have fewer warnings? One of the things FDA's thought about is, should we only have the common problems? But those aren't, you know, necessarily the most important ones, right? So, because, you know, if you're nauseous, you know it. But if something terrible is happening to your brain, don't spell it.
I have a question for you, if I may.
Sure.
Thank you for bringing up the ads. New Zealand and America are the only two countries that allow that. I think we need to go back to the fundamental of no ads on these things. This is a doctor-patient relationship, but they get away with the ads, and that's why they do them. And it also prevents mainstream media from doing investigative reporting about this, because you don't bite the hand that feeds you. So that's a perspective. Would you like a couple of the questions that came in through the chat?
Sure.
Okay, so one that's come up a couple of times is the idea of, Sarah, you and I have talked about this, compatibility testing. They use the term the PGX testing to see if a person is compatible to a drug before actually prescribing it. Is that something you can speak to?
Yeah, I'll just mention, I know FDA does have guidance for companies in trials to get the pharmacogenomics data. It's not a requirement, and I don't know that that data is always made available to the public or whether or not it's included in the dossiers. But I think as I'm listening, that's one of the things as a pharmacist that would be helpful to me, is not just to know that there's 200 side effects, but to know which side effects is my specific patient at risk for, so that I can appropriately counsel them on what to monitor and when to follow up before anything goes really wrong. But I'd love to hear from you, Victoria, on just what is pharmacogenomics and how it can help with medication safety.
Yeah, so for those who aren't aware of pharmacogenomics, I know I've seen a lot of it come up in the chat. So it's the study of how your individual genetic variation influences our response to drugs. So our body's metabolizing drugs, and based on the variations of your genes, person A is going to metabolize drug A at one rate, whereas person B is going to metabolize it twice as fast. So they'll need twice the dose. And it might take months and months to actually get to that dose, because we're just prescribing it kind of a one-size-fits-all model. And on the other side, the more arguably serious side of it is for patients, say, that metabolize a drug significantly slower, so they're at significantly higher risk for an adverse drug event, because they're basically overdosing on that drug at the standard dose because their genetics, they're not breaking the drug down. So a lot of this data is known, it's just not widely implemented in practice for a variety of reasons. But yeah, from my understanding, with FDA approval, a lot of the pharmacogenomic data comes in through the post-marketing surveillance side. So really relying on the post-market data and reporting, and that's a difficult thing to report, and requires genetic testing of your patients and providers to think, oh, maybe they're having this adverse effect because of a pharmacogenomic implication. So yeah, to Sarah's point, there's guidance on doing research in it, in R&D, but it's not required.
Let me share this slide. I think that tees up a really good point. So we talked about clinical trial groups, and if we're doing our kind of gold standard randomized controlled trial, you're going to have two groups, and they'll show, well, both groups had generally the same amount of women, generally the same amount of demographic or ethnicity, age, etc. But what about, I think one of the biggest drivers of variation in drug response is differences in genetics. What if we know we do the pathway summary, the pathway kind of analyses in some of the earlier phase trials. So to some extent, we do typically know how that drug is going to be broken down into active metabolites or toxic metabolites. So wouldn't it be great if we knew that, hey, this specific drug is processed through a cytochrome enzyme in the liver that we can test for to see if that patient has a variant, and that was included in the clinical trial groups. I've never seen anything stratified that way, but I guess that's my question for the group is, are current clinical trial comparison groups sufficient to detect meaningful safety risks? So that's just a question for everybody.
Yeah, and I would just add age is a big one because metabolism really changes as you age. And yet most drugs really are not tested on very many people, even over 65. And now we have a lot of people over 75 and even over 85. And it's, the metabolism is very, very different. FDA knows this, everybody knows this. But of course, older people tend to have other illnesses and they don't get included in clinical trials because in addition to having cancer, they have heart disease, or in addition to having heart disease, they've had cancer, or whatever it is. They have too many things going on at once, but those are often the people who are going to take that drug. Certainly cancer tends to be older patients, and many other diseases, heart disease, many other diseases are mostly older patients.
Yeah, and there are whole populations that we're reluctant to do research on, like children and pregnant women, for very good reasons, but they end up with illnesses, they end up potentially needing treatments. We have to try to extrapolate from healthy adults into these other groups that, if you're a pregnant woman with cancer, there's a hard decisions to make because a lot of the treatments haven't been studied in pregnant women by design. But maybe you'll die if you don't get it.
So is that data better looked at in the pre-market phase, or once, do we have kind of data available at scale where we can do those types of analyses more post-market? Or
there's definitely health services research data that you can look longitudinally at claims and death and other outcomes, and many of those are published studies in a large scale post-market way.
Yeah. Do people here know about the Sentinel project at FDA? Is that something that you're aware of? Yeah, so that was supposed to be an early warning, not so early necessarily, warning system of, when a lot of people, when you've got millions of patients with millions of patient years, and you can look at what are the adverse events that are happening to these patients. And yet this system, which costs a lot of money and which the FDA has been doing for, 15 years or more, has resulted in, I think, one product maybe being taken off the market and just a few with label changes. I mean, it really hasn't been used. And I can tell you, years ago, I met with the head of CEDAR, the Center for Drug Evaluation, because I was on the board of the Reagan-Udall Foundation, which is a foundation to support the FDA. And so she would meet with the board members, and at one point she was giving a talk on Sentinel Project, and I asked about, well, what has the result been, and she said, well, we get a lot of signals, but they don't amount to anything because they're false positives. And I said, well, how do you know they're false positives? You're doing biopsy, how do you know it's a false positive? And she said, well, if we can't figure out what the mechanism of action is, we figure it's a false positive. And I thought the whole point of this was to look at real patients and see what happens to real patients, not to just focus on mechanism of action that we already know about.
Yeah, I think I just wanted to mention that, maybe part of this is also to connect with others who are doing similar work, particularly post-approval safety studies, both here and internationally. So, the whole International Society for Pharmacoepidemiology tries to look at post-marketing surveillance and the data, drug utilization studies and all that. And then in Europe, they've got NCEP. NCEP actually have a registry of post-approval safety studies that are ongoing. So it doesn't mean that these things are being addressed sufficiently, but I think there are work in those areas.
A couple of hands up. I was going to ask a question as far as, is that what you were describing for, is that a regulatory problem that we're having? I mean, and what I mean by that is you look at our wealth system, which is highly very regulatory, and it's all about delivering ROI. And do we have a health system that is delivering ROH, return on health?
Right. Well, I can say that, just to be simplistic about this, we have an adverse event reporting system that is mostly voluntary.
Right.
And for many years, and this may still be somewhat true, it's on paper. You have to actually look for it. In other words, you don't have, even with AI, to my knowledge, you don't have a system that says, oh, look at all these people, all these adverse event reports show us that people of a certain age taking a certain drug tend to have a certain adverse event. And AI could certainly be extremely helpful for something like that. I would compare it to the fact that I'm pretty sure that my local supermarket, if I return a can of tomato sauce because it was spoiled, they will know how many other people returned that kind of tomato sauce. It's all automated. They already know what it is. They don't have to look for a study of it. And FDA has never had that. Never had that. They've never had an automatic system that says, oh, look at that. You have to ask the question. And there are too many questions to ask. So it is a regulatory problem. It used to be considered a problem of, bad computers, not inadequate systems at FDA. And every time they got more money to change their system, by the time they changed it, it was, already out of date. But it also is a failure of, the whole way of looking at things. If you don't have some kind of, how is it that supermarkets can do this, but FDA can't? I think is a good question.
Is it a question of ability or is it a question of will? Sorry to interrupt you over there. A question came in that I think is relevant, and excuse me for interrupting. We can turn right back to you in a moment. The question was, does the FDA's accelerated approval pathways compare to Switzerland? Do you look at Swissmedics, the equivalent of FDA in Switzerland, is more cautious approach that could provide better safety? But along those same lines, you consider the fact that ADEs on long-time drugs aren't reported. And so contrast that 40, 50-year-old drugs with adversities aren't reported does speed really, would speed really matter in that context if you think about it? Bob and I were at a Georgia Medical Board meeting here on the day that Georgia received $638 million in damages for opioids, 30 years after the fact. So the question about speed versus the question about reporting adversities on existing drugs really do go hand in hand.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. It's often a question of will and where the pressure is coming from and how that influences how FDA makes its decisions. And the fact that accelerated approval, which was at one time pretty rarely used, is now much more commonly used. And of course, this administration has come up with some new ways to get products to market more quickly if they're promising, or if they have a plausible mechanism. And yeah, and I think we all know that many of us were promising in certain, skill sets, whether it was athletics or art or whatever as children, and we were not promising. That promise was not met. So
is it the speed or is it the rigor? So somebody else in your table was asking a question that I interrupted. I apologize.
That question is it, and I think it's for everybody, but Upton Sinclair wrote The Jungle on the cattle yards in Chicago. Basically, it was really larger, a picture of our food system, the turn of the century. This book ended up playing a role in the passage of the Clean Food and Drug Act, one of Theodore Roosevelt's major policy initiatives. Largely, we're kind of repeating history again today. And in one of his books, he was quoted as saying, "It's difficult to get a man to understand something when a salary is dependent on him not understanding it." The question I have for the group and you is that I've seen lots of reasons for government and Congress for not acting on these things, which are clearly staring us in the face. Patients and surviving families, they will be the first to say this is a crisis, and they will say so in a rage after losing their 12-year-old little girl, as we'll hear from Charay gathered later today. I've seen a series of conflicts that are driving this and our failures to address it. And so I'd ask is, do you feel it's one, the institutional corruption, which is basically the undue forces of industry on our government policymaking that's really preventing us from making these changes? Do you feel it's Sinclair's quote of basically people being unwilling to address these issues because they're afraid of losing their jobs, which a roof, food, feeding your family are big concerns? Or do you feel it's possibly intellectual conflicts that people on these medications say, this thing is life-saving for me, and therefore, if it hurt you, this does not matter. It's not possible because it saved my life and it's going to save so many others. So I guess the larger question is, of those things, what do you think is the most predominant force preventing our country from acting and addressing these problems?
Well, that's a simple question.
It's A, B, C, or all of them.
No, all of the above. And it's not just the people who are afraid of losing their jobs because they work in the factory or they work at a lower level at the pharmaceutical company or at the FDA. Members of Congress are afraid of losing their jobs because if pharmaceutical companies in their district or their state oppose them, there's a good chance, with, financial campaign contributions to the opposition, they could lose their jobs. I mean, I can tell you that the most progressive people in Minnesota were terrible on medical device issues because Medtronic is there. And it just didn't matter who they were. I mean, name the most liberal member, the most consumer advocacy member of Congress, and they were terrible and continue to be terrible on, anything affecting Medtronic in their state. So, it is a big problem because of campaign contributions, and, that's always a problem. And it's whether you're a defense contractor or AI or whatever you are. But, I hesitate to say anything about my father, who I loved very much, but he loved Johnson & Johnson. He thought they could do no wrong. And when I first started working in Washington and in Congress, and I was a congressional investigator, and I went after Johnson and Johnson. My mother didn't speak to me for 4 months, you know, because he believed in his company, and people believe in their companies, and they believe that their company wouldn't do that, you know, and so, you know, whether you think your doctor would steer you wrong, or you think the company wouldn't steer you wrong, or, you know, it's hard for people to realize how it's easy to be blind, I guess. It's easy to be blind to problems. And it's hard to say, well, look at all the people who are benefiting from these antidepressants. I mean, I've had arguments with people, friends who take them and say how great they are. And I say, really? Because the data don't support that. It's very, very hard.
I'll also say that there's tremendous pressure from many consumer groups to speed up drug approval. So the HIV epidemic, if you remember that time, that was part of the time FDA actually built some of these accelerated pathways, because so many people living with HIV were saying, hey, we need these drugs. Why are you slowing down this approval process? This will save my life. I don't get access. And there are many, many different advocacy groups of people living with illnesses of many types that are pressuring the FDA to get the drugs made available for them to be able to take.
Yeah, and I can tell you, because I know the landscape of nonprofits that work on health issues. Name any nonprofit with a specific disease in their name, and they take pharma money, and they don't speak against anything that those companies make. And when I've in a couple of cases actually called the heads of those nonprofit organizations to talk to them, I find out that they have no medical background. Maybe they're lawyers, maybe they were English majors, you know, whatever, they're good at communication, whatever they're good at. There are many, many disease support groups, patient support groups that have no physicians on their in their leadership, no public health people on their leadership, no epidemiologists. They have nobody that understands science. They, you know, where they get their information from, it's from their scientific advisory board or their medical advisory board, and those are very often pharmaceutical companies or device companies, depending on the thing.
Yeah, just to mention that, you know, just to your point, and maybe a little bit connected to what you're saying. So the experience out of the case from the early 2000s, but just simply a miracle in terms of timely approval of antiretroviral drugs from the very first set of individual products to the highly active antiretroviral drugs. And the in fact, the implementation of the PEPFAR program probably could be a model for what we're talking about, because it encompassed within that strong pharmacovigilance system that enables you not just only spontaneous reporting, but, you know, really intentional active surveillance to look out for adverse events associated with those newly introduced antiretroviral drugs. And that happened over decades. So I think, you know, there are good stories in between all this. It's just a model that as we encounter new products coming to market.
That's a great point. And I think one thing I would add to your multiple choice list of reasons why things aren't happening is really bandwidth issues. A lot of people in these roles are people like you and I, and there's tons of new drugs. There's so much safety data. So I think that's really our opportunity with AI, and how can we digitize some of these processes to streamline them. And when we do have safety signals that, you know, are inconclusive, how can we build systems that capture those and then, as mentioned, translating those into clinical kind of decision support for our clinicians that are seeing patients, because we may find things, but we also want to be able to act on them. So good, Brett, you had a comment earlier.
I was going to say, I mean, the issue, it's a systems issue, right? The system is designed to do what it does, and which is right now the focus is approval, get things out into the market and then worry about it later. And so that is sort of what it does and how it does it well. But we need to Sarah's point and others, think about how do we redesign the system so that not only is there approval, because you need that as the point, with the HIV drug, right? There was a real need and a real demand, and patients were really demanding. They were dying, and you needed something to get out there. Same thing you see now with oncology, right? Cancer. There's all these cancers that people are dying, and they're really asking for drugs which are coming out. But we have to be vigilant about how do we do shared decision making, so to the point where clinicians need to be better informed and need to involve patients. To your point, and to yours earlier, right? I mean, about do you understand what you're taking? Does the physician or the clinician or the pharmacist sit down with the patient and say, this is what this drug is going to do. It has these things, but it also has these kinds of side effects. You need to really understand better about what those choices are and figure out a way that there is a real shared decision making. It isn't just take 2 aspirin and call me in the morning, right? The old sort of way, which is, there's to be more of a partnership between the patients and the clinicians in this. And the clinicians then certainly have responsibility when they find out that there are, side effects or inappropriate things, or if they're doing post-market surveillance, to report that much more aggressively than they do now. So really it is, how do we balance those competing needs, right? We need to get drugs out on the market that do things that can be life-saving in a timely manner. But we need to then make sure that everybody has the right information about them, that it's out there, and then to act accordingly when there are problems. So it's not, I know that's sort of a mom and apple pie kind of a thing, but I think the problem is the system is not currently designed to do those things in the way that it can be done. I don't think it's in other systems it works well, right? Food safety recalls. They know as soon as they find it, right, they can trace it back within 2 seconds to where the farm, to the farmer who touched the, who had a cold. I mean, it's very complete system, and it works really quite well. And so I think we could design the system that way. We just don't currently, I won't say have the will, but it's not the way the system is designed.
If there's a patient walk into a doctor's office and, first thing I thought, I had a great relationship with this doctor, built, for many years, on a almost personal level. And back in my mind, well, this guy's he's under an oath to do no harm. And then, I mean, where is that's the average patient that walks into to see a doctor. That's their mindset going in.
I'd have to say, everything you say is true, and everything you say is true. Our system is such, there's so much money on one side of these issues that if the FDA doesn't do a better job of keeping products off the market, or at least having a very clear indication. One drug recently, a gene therapy that cost $3.2 million per patient, was tested on 3, 4, 5, and 6-year-olds. It only worked for the 3 and 4-year-olds. It was only approved for the 3 and 4-year-olds. And then there was pressure. So then they approved it for the 5 and 6-year-olds, even though it didn't work. And then the next thing you knew, it was approved for everybody of all ages that had never even been studied, because all that money and all that pressure was to expand that so the company would, have more customers.
Did the adverse events from that study on maybe the 5 and 6-year-olds lead to polypharmacy, to treating other conditions that the people might be suffering from?
In that particular case, it was just a matter of it not working, I think. But later on, 2 teenagers died. And so they said, oh, maybe we shouldn't have approved it for everybody, because the older, we know it doesn't even work for most people over the age of 4, and gene therapy can be fatal. Oh, but what they were really focused on, and they approved it anyway, was once you have a gene therapy that's a viral vector, you can't have a different one. So if you have one that's not effective, and later on one's approved that is effective, too bad for you, because you just can't get it.
Derek, and then we'll take Danny online.
So you identified a really great point, which is the patient advocacy groups. And so NAMI, great example of this. Mental Health America, wonderful example of this. You can go to their website, and it's a smorgasbord of corporate donations from pharmaceutical companies. who recently the organization actually signed on a letter opposing a bill in Congress that would require written consent to the VA for psychiatric medications. Joined the American Psychiatric Association, of course, shocker. But would it make sense, because we've identified this as a problem, to have an outright ban on pharmaceutical donations to nonprofit patient advocacy groups, or maybe having a certain percentage of their profits annually go into a fund that is then figure out a way, God forbid it would be corrupted. But have that fund basically be distributed to nonprofits across the entire country, where it's not Johnson and Johnson, Pfizer, and Lilly Foundation directing where their money goes to the trade group representing their interests versus the actual patients. So the kind of question is, would we want to ban, would it be possible to ban corporate pharmaceutical donations to nonprofit advocacy groups, patient groups, or create a separate fund where a certain amount of their profits go into that fund, and those are donor-directed fund of some sort? But
there was,
just like, how do we get around?
there was a bill to make it public, even, and we couldn't even get that passed. But you know, that the idea that if a nonprofit takes money from, you know, a health nonprofit takes money from a pharmaceutical company, or whatever companies they take from, should be plastered everywhere. And I can tell you that this has really changed over time, because usually in the past, these companies would have a web page that say, thanks so much to our corporate donors. Now you have to look at who is sponsoring their gala or their luncheon or something like that. You can't even find it. Maybe you can find it in, you know, page 42 of their annual report. You know, it's hidden. They used to be proud of it. Now they know not to be so proud of it, but they still have to thank their corporate sponsors.
Is that a lobbyist issue?
Sure. I mean, I'm not sure exactly what you mean by is it a lobbyist issue?
You would
that
say
the bill didn't pass, or that bill
yeah,
hasn't
as
passed?
far as
Yeah, you know, sure. They don't want it to pass. You know, you think the Alzheimer's Association wants it to pass? They got millions of dollars from the company that made Aduhelm, the first new Alzheimer's drug, which is no longer on the market because it didn't work and it caused brain bleeds and brain swelling.
Yeah.
But Alzheimer's Association and another group got a lot of money, put out ads, lobbied Congress to say, don't you care about Alzheimer's patients? You know, Medicare should pay for this drug, even though the FDA, you know, said they're not sure it works, but they approved it, so Medicare should pay for it. Yeah.
Looks like a sustainability program, doesn't it? Sick care sustainability. Jacob, could we open up Danny's mic
Yes.
and let her ask a
Let's
question?
hear from Danny, and then we can move into our next session.
Thank you so much, Diana, for what you shared. It was really informative. So I just wanted to quickly ask, given the growing number of patient reports describing persistent, well, actually, quite frankly, permanent sexual dysfunction, cognitive impairment, and emotional blunting that can last long after stopping SSRIs, which with such experiences documented over decades, what factors do you think may explain the slow pace of formal regulatory recognition or updating to the drug labeling to better inform and warn patients about these potential risks? And also, to what extent do you feel the long-term brain effects, especially like during treatment and after stopping, have actually been studied in a meaningful way in regards to antidepressants? If there's like long-term safety research and, you know, how the brain really changes over time in response to them, and if there's any real studies looking at this.
This is an issue of great interest to me, and I don't know of much in the way of research that's been published in, at least in reputable, well, prestigious journals. I mean, I think one of the other problems that we have is that if it's not published in JAMA or the New England Journal of Medicine, the study is not going to get in the New York Times. And a lot of these, the peer reviewers may not like a study that shows certain things. And I've been a peer reviewer, and I can tell you that, and I've also published in medical journals, and I've had things, you know, not accepted because there was clearly one of the reviewers that didn't like what I was saying, and it didn't matter what the research showed. So it is a problem to get this information out to the public in a way that, you know, that people hear and know about. And certainly, you know, I mean, look, members of Congress are not scientists for the most part. There's hardly any physicians or scientists in Congress, but they're getting a lot of money from the other side, and they believe the other side. Whoever the other side is often patient groups now. You know, pharma has learned the most effective way to lobby for their points of view is to have the patient groups do the lobbying. And they're very good at it. And I can tell you, I'm having talked to congressional staff who say, my boss agrees with you, but he does not want the blowback. He doesn't want people saying, so-and-so, you know, my congressional representative doesn't want to help Alzheimer's patients or cancer patients or people who are depressed, you know, it's.
Yeah, and I think we should acknowledge though that there are plenty of drugs that have black box labels on, you know, the product, and that information, to Brett's point, is not always getting to the patient. So I think that's one of the lower hanging fruit opportunities, is a systematic approach to ensuring that the key information is provided to patients, almost like a checklist. And I've seen that in, there's a community oncology group that has these chemo checklist guidelines. So they helps oncologists go through every single thing they need to tell the patient, and that could be documented. And I think that's even something we could put in our electronic health records. Was it documented when they get prescribed this for the first time, that they understand the risks?
Yeah, and FDA can require a checklist, a patient checklist, like what you're talking about.
Yeah.
And this, you know, the patient has to sign.
The REMS specifically, or is it?
Well,
Yeah, REMS programs.
but REMS program, but other things. And it doesn't even have to be REMS programs, but usually at the last minute, you know, the FDA kind of folds and says, but you know, each company can do their own patient checklist. And what I've seen often is the information you want in there is there, but the checklist has gone from big 2 pages to big 40 pages, and nobody's going to read that. Absolutely.
All right, great points. And I think that's a good segue into our next session. We're going to talk about current adverse drug event reporting infrastructure. And to kick us off with our framing presentation, we have Andrew Thibault joining us online. Andrew is a writer, producer, and director of the documentary Speed Demons, Killing for Attention, and the true crime docuseries Prescription to Kill.
Just like to thank Sarah and Jacob and ASP for having me, and also would like to thank Bob and Danny for their really moving presentations. So I'm Andrew Thibault. I'm a documentary filmmaker. I'm also a data researcher and FOIA litigator. And I kind of happened onto this link between psychotropic medications and homicides, which has gotten some attention lately. So I just want to talk about sort of the process of uncovering that, and what are some of the sort of pros and cons about the metadata with FAIRS, some of the methodology that I used, and kind of give you some results that I found. So some of you may be familiar with the Moore et al. Study that was published in 2010 in PLOS One, finding the disproportionate number of psychotropic medications were linked with violence. That was done through looking up FAIRS data. Basically, in the raw data, there are different tables. One is called REACT for reactions, and so they did searches for MEDRA terms, medical dictionary, and regulatory activities for things like violence and assault, homicidal ideation, and homicide. That study was done from 2004 to 2009. So I looked at data from 2004 to 2014. But if you're paying attention to my code here, you're like, this is not about homicides, and you'd be right. So I didn't initially go looking for homicides. I took approximately 20 million records from FAERS, normalized those into a MySQL database. And initially I was looking for pediatric fatalities. And what I found was pretty shocking. There were almost 300 stimulant related, so ADHD medication related fatalities among patients under the age of 18. And I thought that was pretty shocking. So it led to my curiosity of, well, what about the rest of the psychotropic medications? And as it turns out, there's no psychotropic medication section in the PDR or even stimulants for that matter. So I had to basically search for all the generic and brand names for psychotropic medications in the 5 major classes. And what I found was equally shocking. There were 1,889 during this decade pediatric fatalities on psychotropic medications. And there's a separate table called OUTC, or outcomes. And I was obviously just looking for DE is the code for death, and doing the search by the age, which can be listed in 3 different ways: by year, by month, or by day. So what I found was that the cause of death, or the adverse event, if you will, that was reported in the REACT table, the reactions table, were things that people around the table and on this call probably won't be too shocked to hear. Things like Stevens-Johnson syndrome, which when it progresses becomes toxic epidermal necrolysis, things like neuroleptic malignant syndrome, things like hepatotoxicity. In one case, there was a schoolboy who literally just keeled over in his desk onto the floor in the classroom, was on so many medications his liver couldn't keep up, metabolizing the drugs, and won't surprise you here, there were completed suicides. But then there was another one that just stumped me, and it was homicide. And I thought, what? That can't be right. And so I just dismissed it out of hand, and then I saw it again. Murder. And I thought, okay, that can't be right. So then I changed my query, and I was just looking for, outcome DE, death, and the med return in the reaction table of homicide. And what I found was nothing short of just a bombshell. There were 765 drug adverse event reports during the span of this decade. And so I made a FOIA request to the FDA for those files, and they lived up to their name, FDA, Foot Dragging Administration. So they didn't want to provide the files on request. And just to back up and set the table a little bit, the reason I requested the files is because when I was looking at the pediatric fatalities, I actually went to a very reputable publication here in the US and said, hey, by the way, did you know that almost 1,900 kids have died on psychotropic medications? Yeah, by the way, Janet Heinrich, former associate director of the Department of Health and Human Services, testified in a Senate subcommittee that FAERS only represents between 1% and 10% of the actual number of cases. So there's anywhere from, and you guys are talking about jumbo jets, there's anywhere from 20,000 to 200,000 kids who died during this decade on psychotropic medications. Well, that got the attention of a Pulitzer-nominated reporter. He took it to his editor. She blessed it. They took it to the general counsel of the publication, and they greenlit making the FOIA request. So we got a hold of these pediatric psychotropic adverse event reports. And that's when I learned 3 things: that if you're a large publication, you get those within the 20 days that's statutorily required. The second thing is the event narratives were not redacted. And the third thing is the devil is in the details. So the metadata can be very helpful to look at trends, but the details that are contained within the event or problem narrative can be either exclusionary to what you're looking at, or it can be very informative with respect to causality. So that's why I was after the actual physical reports themselves, because I already had the metadata. So those of you who are familiar with FAERS, you know that basically there's two types of adverse event reports, just a regular adverse event report, and then there's what's known as a serious adverse event, or SAE. So those would be coded as DE, death, that's a pretty serious outcome, HO, hospitalization, or CA for congenital anomaly. And so what the FDA did was they invented an entirely new category of adverse events based on my FOIA request. And they dubbed this sensational events. And so in official pleadings by the FDA in Thibault versus FDA, the director of the Division of Information Disclosure Policy defined to the judge what sensational events were. And as you can see, the first example they use is this could be a unique event, such as a school shooting in a particular location. So this was the first time that the FDA admitted that some of the cases responsive to my FOIA request did indeed involve school shootings. So this is, conspiracy fact, not fiction or theory. The FDA has admitted it. The FDA went on to say, or it could be an uncommon method of committing murder, right? An uncommon method of committing murder might be flying an Airbus into the French Alps and killing 149 souls aboard and thereby committing suicide, right? That'd be a pretty unique way of committing murder. So this was a 8.0 on the Richter scale at the FDA. And at the end of the case, the federal court ordered the FDA to pay my court costs because that's what losers do. They pay the winner. What was noteworthy about that is I had gone to a couple of really reputable attorneys. They wanted 5- and 6-figure retainers, and that just was not going to happen. So it turns out if you got $500, $400 to file the federal lawsuit, $50 to serve the Attorney General of the United States of America, and $50 to serve your local U.S. attorney, you've got yourself a federal lawsuit. So I did that, but it's like grabbing a tiger by the tail. Over the course of 2 years, almost 1,900 pages worth of pleadings and 9,000 pages of exhibits. But what I got was actually pretty shocking, and I'm going to share it with you here. So one of the things, going back to the Moore et al., that I did find out was some of those 765 cases, a couple of dozen of them, actually involved vehicular homicides, right? So while for the person who died, that would be a violent death, it wasn't the type of violence that Moore et al. Were looking at. And so that would be exclusionary. And these were people that basically were driving while intoxicated, but instead of with alcohol, it was something like Xanax or Ambien. So the actual event narrative is super important because it adds additional context that the metadata does not contain. And in those cases, it was exclusionary. But in this case that I'm sharing with you, it's kind of shocking because this is a mass shooting. And the information is important because we see, for instance, the date that this individual was prescribed Lexapro and Xanax, and it's actually 2 days prior to the mass shooting. And that's important because according to the WHO UMC causality assessment guidelines, right, two of the things you're going to look at is plausibility and reasonable time to drug intake. So that figures into the causality assessment. And one of the things that I found across the board was that the FDA would claim B6 here as a exemption, which is a privacy exemption, but usually they were just covering up either a professional statement of causality or something like proximity to the event that the person started taking the medication. This particular narrative is straight out of a John Grisham novel because it comes from a district attorney's office. So imagine how that conversation went. hey, did you hear about that mass shooting that happened? Yeah, I saw that on the news. Well, we just got the toxicology back here, and turns out this individual is on Lexapro and Ambien. Your drug wouldn't want to make people kill people, would it? Right? So this is an example, and potentially even a Brady violation, because the defense really never got this information that the prosecution was fishing around with the pharmaceutical company to see if this drug could cause someone to become violent. And as you can see, it says they became agitated because of the antidepressants. Now, this legal person isn't qualified to make a medical determination, but that's nonetheless kind of revelatory and points in the direction that this was not just proximate to the intake of the drug, but that there was some thinking that this drug could have made them do it. But the second thing that's in this event detail, I've already mentioned, is the toxicology, right? So you don't see that in the metadata. You just see, was the person taking it? And oftentimes, the pharmaceutical company will weave a tail when they're reporting to the FDA and say that they were discontinued or whatnot. So here we have two really strong statements, linking the drug or drugs, plural, polypharmacy in this case, to this incident of mass violence. And, this I would not have been able to obtain if I had not sued the FDA. So they fought long and hard, 2 years to keep this information out of the public eye. So this is drilling down into a single case, but then back to the metadata. What does the data actually kind of tell us in terms of all these, 700 plus cases that were reported to the FDA of homicide? What we see is overwhelming that the single class of drugs most commonly associated with reports to the FDA of homicide are, in fact, antidepressants. So almost 45%, in fact, over 400 did involve antidepressants, followed by anxiolytics and hypnotic sedatives. Now, what's interesting is you see at the bottom, we have stimulants, but every single stimulant today has a homicidal ideation warning on the label of the drug, bar none, except it's in the wrong place. It's in the section about abuse. Whereas, there's every indication, like what Bob shared, that the psychotic side effects are on usual therapeutic doses of the drug, are not associated with misuse or ups. So today, I think there's 3 antidepressants, Paxil, which of course is an SSRI, Wellbutrin, which I believe is NDRI, and Savella and Effexor also do. Effexor being an SNRI. Effexors, they kind of put one foot in and then one foot out. It had it on the label, then they took it off and put it on again and took it back off. So that tends to vary. So anyway, this is what we're seeing from the standpoint of the different classes of drugs, which ones are being more reported associated with these homicides. Now, one of the things I looked at that's never actually been studied is what are the most lethal combinations or cocktails of drugs. And so we see the top 3 are antidepressants plus an anxiolytic, antidepressants plus a hypnotic sedative, or antidepressants plus an antipsychotic. And obviously those top 3 are over, the majority, that's 52.7% of all of the cases involve essentially an antidepressant plus CNS depressant. So I did interview Dr. Charles Sophie, who's a psychiatrist who treated Elliot Rodger, the Isla Vista mass killer. And he basically told me, I think if you look at most of these mass shooters, you'll see they're on benzodiazepines. Certainly Elliot Rodger was, according to the Santa Barbara County Sheriff's Office investigative summary. So that's quite interesting. Now, the way I characterize it is the antidepressant. Some of them, in fact, as I mentioned, have a homicidal ideation warning on the label of the drug. They can be labeled for psychosis, mania, hostility, aggression. But what these CNS depressants all have in common is they're typically thought of as disinhibitors, particularly with the anxiolytics. There's disinhibition is kind of a known effect. I don't even necessarily would call it a side effect. Rohypnol, roofies, are famous for lowering a person's inhibition, and they're obviously benzodiazepine. So it's almost as if the one drug, the antidepressants and or the stimulants, the uppers, if you will, kind of have a tendency, and they have the label that reflects this, to cause a person to ruminate about harming themselves or others. But in combination with an anxiolytic, hypnotic sedative, or antipsychotic, a disinhibitor, that can be a very lethal, very deadly combination. And as I mentioned, I haven't seen any studies taking a look at this. So what I did was I went ahead and published these. You can find all the reports on a website called murdermeds.com. And you can do a search either by just clicking on the little magnifying glass there on the right and typing in either the brand name or the generic name. Or if you prefer, you can do the drop down on FDA reports and pick which drug class you want to look at. And there you'll see some of the metadata as well, demographics of the patient, that sort of thing. And then you can actually just click on a link and it'll take you to the actual report. Now, I have to warn you, though, that just like Bob's story and Danny's story, some of these stories are just so touching, so sad, so moving. I'm a grown man, but when I started reading these reports, I just, I couldn't help but cry. Stories of a mom who waited until her two kids got home from school so she could shoot them and the boyfriend and herself. A woman who shot her two twin 4-year-old sons, a father who, demolished his entire family on antidepressants and or on the polypharmacy. So this is it's happening behind the scenes, and nobody's hearing about it because of the medical privacy. But I've done what I can to try to bring this to people's attention. And again, you can look at this and you can search through these reports. There's a couple of researchers, take it upon themselves to take a look at these. So if these can be of any help, feel free to, take a look at those. So I've also featured a couple of these adverse event reports in my feature documentary, Speed Demons Killing for Attention. As the name suggests, the focus of Speed Demons is on stimulant medications. The story that opens up the film is the 2014 Florida State University school shooting by a 31-year-old honors graduate who had gotten his JD from Texas Tech, had become a public defender, then a public prosecutor, then took an ADHD medication and became the first Florida State University shooter, because now there have been two. But I feature two other cases in there that are ripped straight from the FDA adverse event reports. So one is a 26-year-old senior at the University of North Dakota who, after 10 days on Adderall, killed his 5-week-old daughter. Now, what's really noteworthy from a legal standpoint, it's the first case that I'm aware of, and one of the only, where the individual was found not guilty, not by reason of insanity, but by lack of criminal responsibility, because the state's own psychiatrist, after examining him once he'd withdrawn from the amphetamine, said he did not pose a threat to himself or others, and actually diagnosed him with, at the time, stimulant or Adderall-induced psychosis with hallucinations, which, as you know, was in the DSM-4 from 1993 to 2013. It's since been taken out because the American Psychiatric Association didn't want to admit that their drug could actually cause a mental disorder. And so what you'll find now in the DSM-5 is called stimulant use disorder. And so the emphasis is on the user. You're using it wrong, right? Read misuse or abuse. But this was, again, at a therapeutic dose given to him by his psychiatrist. And he was found not guilty. In effect, the judge said the drug made him do it. He was released, no outpatient treatment required, no follow-up, just don't get back on the Adderall. And he raised 3 other children successfully. The most recent program that I released is called Prescription to Kill, hosted by Kevin Sorbo. That you'll see the one case I mentioned of the mass shooter who was on Lexapro and Xanax is featured in there in episode 1 and 3. There's 5 episodes looking at, some very well-known cases that people don't know are associated with the psychotropic medications. So everything that's in there isn't innuendo. It's either I have an FDA adverse event report backing it up, like the one that I showed you, or I have a toxicology. So that's essentially something that I kind of stumbled on. I wasn't looking for it. Like I said, I was looking at pediatric fatalities, and this just jumped out at me in the data. So I'd like to just make a general comment about some of the things that are being said. I know there's a lot of shortcomings with FAERS, and it is only between 1 and 10% of the actual number of cases. But as you can see here with a sample size over a decade, there's no shortage of data. And you can, if you write some code, figure out anything you want to figure out about what the data is trying to tell you. And one of the commenters talked about, systems that we have in place for safety with regards to agriculture. It's not by lack of will, and it certainly isn't by lack of money, because this is one of the, richest industries on the planet. This is just willful neglect, willfully turning a blind eye. So maybe you weren't expecting that. I wasn't expecting it when I looked at the FAERS data. It certainly was it was kind of a string of yarn that once I pulled it, I just couldn't stop pulling it as I found more and more information.
Andrew, thank you so much for sharing your research and your findings. And I think with so many people taking multiple medications and polypharmacy, it makes it even more important to understand how drugs with different mechanisms of actions can have synergies towards incredibly untoward effects, and how you piece together the metadata and the additional findings really illuminating, because there's, I think, a lot of things we could query and find information that maybe none of us were expecting. So really appreciate the presentation. I do need to mention we have to end this hour promptly at 1 p.m. to go into the breakout sessions and to the lunch. So I just want to give everyone a heads up about that. But we will go ahead and open it up to the panel for reactions or questions or comments for Andrew.
If I may, I appreciated his discussion about the FAERS data, and you brought up Sentinel earlier. I was fortunate to work on a Sentinel project back in when I was a fellow there, and I noticed that the data was there. It's just there wasn't a lot of work being done on it, and certainly with AI becoming better and better, I'm hoping that the challenges we had, this is what, 6-7 years ago now, were the reports just weren't being categorized fast enough. They were being manually inputted. And the reason why a lot of the case reports were not being published with the report itself is because, obviously a lot of sensitive data, but also because how could, one group, censor that appropriately and then publish it online. I do think because of the story that Andrew just shared, there might be some other stuff going on behind the scenes. But certainly I'm hoping that, his example and some of the advancements we have in technology will be seeing improvements to adverse event reporting here in the future.
I have a question. This was fascinating and I want your slides. But let me ask you, because I've been thinking about this issue for years. And my question is, with all the reporters that examine everything after every shooting, for example, and most recently after Rob Reiner's death, and his son was reported as having just been put on different medication, but that never goes anywhere. I mean, even if they mention it, with all the reporters, you'd think there'd be somebody looking at something, and I've heard that it gets covered up by the companies involved, but I don't know if that's true, and I just wonder if you had any insight into that.
Well, as someone who had to sue the FDA to get the information that I share with you today, and I've had to threaten law enforcement agencies to pull reports related to the mass shootings, I'm familiar with, how difficult it can be to get the information. In fairness to some of the reporters, it's not straightforward. It took me 2 years suing the FDA to, obtain this information, and then it doesn't, raise its hand and wave its hand at you and say, I'm a mass shooter. You have to read all the cases. Right? I had to read through 700 plus reports in addition to, deciphering 20 million records in FAIRS. So that's not something that the average, drive-by reporter that's going to do the 24-hour news cycle on a mass shooting has time to double click on or delve into. There have been some cases, to your point. I remember you might recall when Oliver North, who was for a time, I guess, the interim president of the National Rifle Association, gone on a Sunday morning talk show and said basically that the shooters were on Ritalin. And a couple of the fact-checking organizations and CNN had come out and said, no, that's not true. And CNN, in fact, the reporter who was down in Miami, had said that they had seen the records for Nicholas Cruz and said, no, he wasn't on Ritalin. Well, technically that was true, but that'd be like saying that, I don't know, that you said somebody who had diabetes was drinking Pepsi, and it turned out they weren't drinking Pepsi, they were drinking Coke. So he was actually on dexmethylphenidate, not straight methylphenidate. So technically what CNN said was true, and they were privy enough to know what they were saying was technically true, but they were basically lying with the technicality. So they were aware, and they had self-censored. They certainly never said what the name of the drug was that Cruz was prescribed. So it's definitely for those that do know. But that said, I think the opportunity is for newspapers, for instance, that are not part of sort of a big national entity. They didn't get the memo. They're supposed to cover it up. So in the case of Stephen Paddock, the Vegas shooter, the Las Vegas Review-Journal actually did publish that he was on Valium, obviously one of the top classes of medications associated with reports to the FDA of homicide, right? Diazepam, benzodiazepine, or anxiolytic. So sometimes there are smaller entities, a local station or a local newspaper that will report on it, but certainly the national ones tend to either be disinterested because of an editorial decision, or they self-censor, and they'll say they were prescribed medication, like the case of Nick Reiner, but they'll never say what the class of medication was, let alone what the name of the drug was. The last thing I'd like to say on this is, what often gets overlooked is we look FDA, it was a great presentation that we just saw previously. FDA looks at two things, right? Safety and efficacy. And when we think about the mass shootings, at least I often think about it from a safety perspective, but it may also be an efficacy perspective. And what I mean by that is if you look at antidepressants, for instance, there was a study done by NIMH of what's known as antidepressant tachyphylaxis, or ADT, a rapidly decreasing therapeutic effect of the drug. And what the NIMH study found was that after 20 weeks, 25% of the patients simply stopped having a therapeutic effect of the drug. And so that's stunning, because if you think about it, with over 40 million people on antidepressants today, what that means is after 20 weeks, just 5 months, and we know it can take 3 to 4 weeks just to kick in, the window of efficacy for many of the patients is very, very short. And so in effect, we have 10 million people walking around in America thinking they're being treated for depression, and they're really not, according to NIMH's own study. And so what happens, like in Bob's case, you get titrated up. So you get a higher and higher dose. You have the issues that were mentioned about, slow metabolism. So that can complicate things. But it turns out, even though the drug isn't effective, doesn't mean that you're not going to have adverse events. In fact, I would argue that the higher the dose that you're given, the higher the risk profile, the higher the likelihood that you're going to experience adverse events. So I think there's a significant chance that many of those cases really are the drug just not working. And you can point to studies where, for instance, GSK had a hard time showing that Paxil was any more effective than placebo. So it may be in some cases the drug isn't causing a person to become violent. It's just a very ineffective way of treating depression.
One of the reasons reporters may not be reporting this is that this would be HIPAA-covered medical information. And so the reporters would have a hard time confirming this with a medical provider of any type, because we're all prohibited from sharing that without the consent of the person taking the medicine.
Yeah, on the other hand, I guess you see all the interviews with people saying, oh, he was alone or he had no friends. They get all this information about psychological, mental health issues, but not the medication part.
So it's the connecting the dots problem that society is facing here.
The HIPAA doesn't cover the toxicology in many of these cases. As you saw, the one that I shared with you that was reported to FAERS, you have a toxicology. So oftentimes the media will self-censor, even if there is a positive toxicology. The case that I mentioned that's in Speed Demons, Myron May, the Florida State University shooter, he had 0.24 nanograms per milliliter of amphetamine in his system, but nobody really reported on that.
All right, Andrew, thank you again. And for time, I'm going to move over to Derek. He has some slides he wanted to share with us, so I'm going to pull those up.
Just 1 second, I'm gonna talk this.
Oh, sure, go ahead.
Yeah. So Andrew, wow. Thanks for your persistence. And this is kind of doubling down on what you said. In 1946, Supreme Court Justice Robert H. Jackson led the prosecution, the Nuremberg trial of Nazi leaders. Subsequent trials would go after the doctors and many of the others involved, and was a result ultimately in the Nuremberg Code, which is the basis of largely informed consent today. In 1953, so 7 years after he got done prosecuting Goring and others, he wrote in a Supreme Court decision the following: "This is a day of synthetic living, when to an ever-increasing extent our population is dependent upon mass producers for its food and drink, its cures and complexions, its apparel and gadgets. These are no longer natural or simple products, but complex ones whose composition and qualities are often secret. Such a dependent society must exact greater care than in more simple days, and must require from manufacturers or producers increased integrity and caution as the only protection of its safety and well-being. Purchasers cannot try out drugs to determine whether they kill or cure. Consumers cannot test the youngster's cowboy suit or the wife's sweater to see if they're apt to burst into fatal flames. Carriers by land or sea cannot experiment with the combustibility of goods in transit. When experimental research is necessary to determine the presence or the degree of danger, the product must not be tried out on the public, nor must the public be expected to possess the facilities or the technical knowledge to learn for itself of inherent but latent dangers. The claim that a hazard was not foreseen is not available to one who did not use foresight appropriate to his enterprise." It's just fascinating today that we're talking about reporting on consumer products. And this is a publication from 1953 from a Supreme Court Justice decision. And the reality is the only reason that we're talking about this is because the failures in the regulatory process to make sure that we weren't experimenting on the public. And ultimately, I think what Andrew just showed is that we're doing exactly that. If you wouldn't mind pulling up a slide. The first slide here, this actually comes from McKinsey Brain Institute. This data here, they got their hands on Optum data, large data set, 2.4 billion longitudinal prescription fill records. What they found is kind of interesting in that they originally wrote this paper with the mindset of they're going to use antidepressant fills as an indicator for depression diagnosis. And so they were using that as a marker for depression rather than basically to show larger the unmet health burden of a mental health burden in the United States. Because we're not addressing that health burden, we're wasting billions of dollars, what they're trying to say. So we invest more money in outreach, more money in all the things that we're doing that have been failing us. And so what we saw from their data, this is the, without interpretation, this is just the data, the results. 30% increase in odds of receiving a diabetes medication, 50% increase in the odds of receiving a cancer medication, and 60% odd increase of receiving a heart medication. For us, I think when we're talking about psychotropics, they then saw 300% more likely to later use sedatives, which is, I think, insane if you're looking at through the lens of maybe that antidepressant is possibly causing someone to come back in, as we discussed, this waterfall cascade of prescribing, but 400% more likely to obtain an amphetamine prescription. Next slide, please. My work's primarily focused on the VA, and so 70% of all veterans at the VA are prescribed a psychiatric drug. That's not veterans under mental health care. That is veterans under the care of the Veterans Health Administration. 30% prescribed antidepressants. This is from 2019 data, so suspect these numbers have gone up. Yet the suicide rates continue to increase. At that time, there's a couple of GEO reports that showed 2015, 94% prescribed antidepressants who were diagnosed with depression, but only 15% were prescribed, offered psychotherapy. Next slide. And this is the result that we're getting. These high prescription rates, one could say that, hey, this is great that we have 7 in 10 patients prescribed these mental health medications, because this means we've got wonderful patient engagement. We're doing a great job with our veterans. If that were the case, this chart should show the inverse. The suicide rate should be declining if we're having this rate of engagement in prescribing. Unfortunately, we've seen a 108% increase in veteran suicides for 18 to 34-year-old veterans under VA care. And it's that group that fits within the box warning of antidepressants and some of these other psychotropics. And so I think what Andrew shared was incredibly powerful, but then you pull back and look at the large picture and the macro level trends, what we're actually seeing in the patient outcomes. I think if our government were to really look at this, they would find themselves in a scenario where they'd say, we're wasting $500 billion, possibly $1 trillion annually, not only in SSI and SSDI claims, as Robert Whitaker did a presentation to the UK Parliament in 2016 and showed that as antidepressants entered markets, and they showed the prescription rates within those respective countries, you then saw subsequent mental illness disability rate increases, nation by nation, United States, then the UK, Denmark, down the list. And so what we're really seeing, I think, is not just the suicides, it's not just the violence, but our country is probably wasting maybe in the tune of $1 trillion annually when you combine the cost of mental illness disability claims, the opportunity cost of people falling out of the workforce, the labor market, and then the increased health burden on our health system. Because we're constantly talking about looking at what we have within, we want transparency within our health system. We want transparency in what things cost and what these companies and health systems are charging the taxpayers. What if our treatments are increasing the cost of our health burden because you're going from depressed because you lost your pet, a loved one, a job, whatever it may be, to getting a bipolar or a schizophrenia diagnosis, as we discussed earlier, and then magically, miraculously falling out of the workforce, life imploding, and really nothing left. And so I think that the conversations that we're having are incredibly powerful, and everybody in this room deserves credit, especially Sarah, Jacob, and the rest of your team for putting this together, because this is not being talked about. And I applaud all of you for putting all of the energy and time to do this.
We will pick back up with our next session on manufacturing quality and supply chain considerations. So our presenter, our opening presenter, is going to be Dr. Jude Nwokike. He is a globally recognized leader in pharmaceutical quality, regulatory systems, and supply chain resilience, with more than 20 years of experience across industry, global health, and policy. He currently leads the U.S. Pharmacovia's Resiliency Center and has played a key role in advancing global access to safe, high-quality medicines. Welcome, Jude.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much, Sarah, for inviting us, Victoria and I. And thanks so much for pronouncing my last name very well. Well, so Sarah had asked me to try and use 20 minutes to frame some topics related to this. I might not be able to go through all of those areas, but I'll spend a little bit of time in talking about the prevalence of falsified and substandard medicines, and then, challenges about really defining them, quantifying them, and reporting them. And then I will speak also a lot about the global manufacturing and quality challenges, say a few things or just one slide on patient trust. But I'd like to go through that as quickly as possible because I'd like to use some USP experiences to drive this home. And so if we go to the next slide, many of you may also be experiencing the issue that we talk about, with regards to what's the prevalence of substandard and falsified medicines. It's hardly known. Remember, in the morning, most of our discussions was as it relates to what I'll call pharmacologically induced reaction to drugs, right? So where it is really related to the mode of action of the drug and all that. Now we're looking at physicochemical properties that may impact on a product not performing as expected. And so if you go to the next slide, we try to capture some of the global estimates that exist. One is that one says 1 out of every 10 medicines, and this is really data from global, particularly low and middle income countries, with about $30.5 billion as economic burden. And at United States Pharmacopeia, we have worked in this area globally for decades, conducting quality testing and quality surveillance activities in Asia, in Africa. And some of the data suggest that across about 21 countries, the failure rates for individual medicines, so if you take a medicine and we're in sampling across all medicines, it will predominantly anti-infectives. The failure rates for individual medicines range from 0 to 45%. And we had instances where products like oxytocin was having higher failure rates, at times as much as 65%, and leading to cases of inability to manage postpartum hemorrhage and others. And so some of this data gives you a snapshot of what it is globally. We are in a much better place here in the US because we have a much more robust regulatory authority, the envy of the world, that does a lot of things to ensure that the situation isn't as bad as this. However, issues does happen, as we all will agree. So if you go to the next slide. And so, you talk about the numbers, the raw numbers, then you would like to know also, well, how does this translate to morbidity and mortality? And so if you look at this slide, essentially, again, that scarcity of data or data out there that really was not done well. And part of the reason why they were not done well was because there are a lot of heterogeneity in the way you describe products that failed quality. Some of you may have been following this area of work about 2-3 decades ago when it used to be called SSFFC. Superior, standard, falsified, fake medicines. And there was just a lot of war before it became just, let's talk about substandard and falsified medicines. And of course, we still talk about counterfeits, but there is a tweak of intellectual property there as you begin to talk about that. So the same way you have issues with terminologies of describing it, issues with terminologies of describing the reports. If a product fails, what exactly it failed for, and how do you describe it to the lay public? There's also issues about connecting the failure, of course, making the causality and connecting it to morbidity and mortality. And so the data you're seeing here is primarily the much that is out there, coming from some studies that were done in Europe. But you see like about 8,700 to 72,000 additional deaths from severe childhood pneumonia. And then majority of the countries, and this was coming out of a 2017 seminal paper report that was done to look at the public health and socioeconomic impact of substandard and falsified medicines. But that study, that report also had problems because it really didn't provide a way for countries to know how to work out these numbers and associate substandard and falsified medicines to morbidity and mortality that they are seeing in their system. If we go to the next, so why are there those challenges for something as significant as impact of substandard and falsified medicines in public health? Why are there those challenges? These are part of the reason. The surveillance data are scarce; they are hardly there compared to the noise you hear or the misperceptions or even the true situations that do occur. I've mentioned about the heterogeneity and the variability in the data sets that you see, so you can put them together. They are limited in scope. The surveillance and the testing activities that go on are limited in scope, and in geographies where that happen. The methods that are used in actual testing are standardized to a large extent, but there are people who actually still go and sample products and test them, ignoring those established scientific methods of how to do that. Then there are economic and political interests. Very early in my own career, when I started working in this, you do a survey, you show it to a country, and the head of the regulatory authority is very reluctant for you to publish that. That is because some of them think, well, it says I'm not doing my job. Some of them eventually got to realize that it's better you have it out there. Then you are deploying interventions. That number, as grave as it might be, begins to show improvement. Then you can say, this is what I'm working on. I'm improving the situation. So there are several factors that led to that. But do we need those data? Do we need them? Do we need to be able to estimate burden? Yes, we do, because that will help us to estimate the health and economic burden and help to contextualize the problem, help to design solutions, and then to mitigate impact. If we go to the next. So very early, we looked at some aspects of this, particularly health and economic impact, working with Sachi Ozawa out of UNC. We looked at, first was a review where we looked at the existing models and approaches for modeling the health and economic impact of substandard and falsified medicines. And it was, of course, all the things I mentioned about the variability, the challenges in pulling them out, but we're able to come up with some numbers. And Sachi had moved on to do a lot of other similar studies in other parts of the world to again begin to look at that, how to deploy such a modeling strategy. But we didn't stop there. So part of what we did is working with UW, University of Washington in Seattle, and as well as UNC again. We started looking at how do you actually support countries to estimate their own burden. So if you will see that in the next slide. So we looked at several outcomes. First and foremost, what are the outcomes you want to measure? And so for health outcomes, we zeroed in on deaths as much as you can associate or build a causal pathway from exposure to that poor quality medicine to death. Then the life years, DALYs and QALYs, and then the disease-specific outcomes, even if they didn't lead to death or prolongation of hospitalization and others. Then we looked at economic and societal outcomes, additional treatments, again, like in most instances, what actually is in practice in some of these places in the world, and even to a little extent here, is you encounter therapeutic ineffectiveness. And well, the doctor at times says, well, I'll give you another medicine. I really, at times I do have problem with this. I'll give you, another medicine. Or it could be even there is a generic and they say, okay, well, the patient may not like, they complain about the color, or they say, since you moved me to this, it doesn't work. And they switch to either a multi-source generic, or they switch back to the brand. So some of these are not captured. So to estimate the economic and societal outcome, those are things that are important to capture. Lost productivity, particularly if there is prolongation of hospitalization or retreatments, and to the extent that that is leading to inability to get back to work. So that is calculated, as well as then if there is an early death? What are the years of life that are lost in this? So we used those outcomes and generated, in the next slide, we generated some thoughts about the data gaps. So those two outcomes, we use that to support two countries in modeling the burden in their countries. And we used two products. Again, one was oxytocin, and I think the second was amoxicillin. So very frequently, commonly used products. I can't remember the exact products, but I think it was those. So, but in all these exercises, we found that these are the challenges you see. There are data gaps, and those data gaps are in terms of product sample, the prevalence data, the test methods. Times you find data that are coming out of screening of quality of medicines rather than actual compendial testing. All right, and whereas in some instances this could help to generate a signal, but we often feel that you take those subset of products that passed and all that failed out of a screening technology, you subject it to compendia, and that is probably supposed to be the true source of truth to make sure that you have the right products that failed. Then additional data points are always missing. And I will speak a little bit more to that. How do you connect pharmacovigilance to poor quality drug reporting? Patient reports, social media, there are a lot that you can actually, by calling through social media, you can pick on how patients are chatting about products that they saw and it was looking different from what they expected, or it was mottled if it's tablets, or it's friable and breaking up, or it was injectable that had particulate matter on it. So there's just a lot of data that should be out there that we are missing. Other challenges we have is even in the healthcare system to describe the care level of care, and capture both communicable and non-communicable products, diseases and products, and then the formal and informal market. And I think in our context, to make sure that online pharmacy and distribution of products from that is captured. Everything that is done in the last mile is captured, because with that, you get the totality of the picture. In the next slide, I think we began to look at how do you deal with those data gaps. And so some of that is to really have a unique way of capturing medicines, substances, and everything in between. Right, and so both the IDMP, most of you may be familiar with the identification of medicinal products, and the family of standards there, the family of ISO standards there that will help to generate unique identification of medicinal products. And then the work that both FDA and NIH and USP and others are doing with a global substance registration system. So this helps us so that when we're talking about a product being poor quality, we know exactly what we're talking about. It's not just the brand name, it's not just the generic name, but it's the generic, the INN name tied to the manufacturer that made it, so that we are uniquely isolating the product in question. And then there are efforts that are going on in really helping and improving reporting. So I would like to call your attention to MEDRA 27th SOC, the System Organ Class classification. So MEDRA developed product quality terminologies, which is really, if you think about it, a little bit deviating from the main thing they usually do, because most of the MEDRA terms have to do with clinical and drug development kind of adverse reaction terminologies, and very much like WHO at the WHO adverse reaction terminologies and all that. So MEDRA had been really wonderful in developing this 27 SOC, which is capturing product quality issues. And so right now, if you go to the FDA adverse reaction website, you can actually run an analysis and you pull out all the MEDRA 27 SOC, particularly if you know what they contain. In other words, product quality, labeling, container closure, manufacturing complaints, out of specifications, and there's just a bunch of them. If you pull that out, you can run an analysis and identify the number of adverse event reports. Remember, at this point, there's just no causality. It's just about reports. The reports that have been submitted, that the submitter really thought was related to product quality. And if you remember very well, the FDA Form 3500 has actually failed that they enable consumer and others to report suspected poor quality. And for the industry, the feed alert reporting is mandatory. That when they experience, when they see out of specifications, they are required to report that to FDA within 3 days. Right. So I think there's just a lot that's going on that really helps that we're beginning to see this data come out, and that how we wish that that is progressing quickly, so that at least we can begin to get those denominator data, be able to now put in efforts in causality, determination about them, and then begin to design interventions to address them. But there are other ways of other help that could be there. AI predictive models and tools, as we were talking earlier this morning, ways to integrate and analyze data from multiple sources as much as you can clean them up. And then, of course, machine learning algorithms that could help in determining the likelihood, but as well as predicting chances of experiencing poor quality based on manufacturing capability, or based on even some of the data that come out from FDA on either 483 or inspection findings and all that. And this is very interesting, given that you really want to, double click on prevention as much as is possible, rather than waiting for these events to occur before dealing with them. So the next part of the my talk will really be to now begin to zero into the manufacturing part of things. But before that, early in my career, we were working on really just addressing this issue where product quality issues are not immediately recognized in pharmacovigilance. That is part of what patients, providers, industry should be reporting. So the source I referenced, there was a 2009 work that we did and generated some indicators. We modeled that and is used in many, many countries. Of course, that was prior before I joined USP. But the point here is it's improved now, and you're getting a lot of pharmacovigilance indicators realizing that reporting of poor quality products is part and parcel of what that should be, because falsified and substandard products is a subset of that overarching adverse events, adverse clinical events. And why it's not lying entirely within that, within that cycle is that not all poor quality events will lead to clinical outcome. Some may not lead to clinical outcome, and that is why a lot of them are not often and under-recognized. And so, talking about these reporting of substandard and falsified medicines getting now more and more mainstreamed, I've shown you a few of ways it's done on the left side of the screen. There is this global benchmarking tool where that benchmarks regulatory authority as they progress in their maturity, to show that just a quality management system, to show how mature they are in fulfilling their responsibility as a regulator. Primary responsibility of timely review and approval of products that really have tremendous benefit risk balance, that would be beneficial to the population, and safeguarding their population from substandard and falsified medicine. That's the primary role of every regulatory authority. And so in the menu of ways of benchmarking them to understand how mature they are, there is a particular model that deals with vigilance. And so within that model, there are a battery of metric indicators that measure them to see how they are implementing vigilance. And within that vigilance model, there is aspects that deal with reporting of drug quality, suspected product quality events or reports. Then there is the performance evaluation. So for regulatory agencies that actually have demonstrated that they are functional, some of them aspire towards maturity level 4, or some of them may aspire to become what is called a listed authority, like a stringent agency. That's what most people here will be familiar with. Stringent regulatory authority, which a typical example, or one of the earliest, is US FDA, right? And so as a stringent agency, there is ways these things are addressed, and we can talk about how to strengthen that. And then, as I mentioned, for manufacturers, there's the feed alert reports that is a regulatory requirement. And interestingly, consumers and consumer reporting is encouraged a lot, same as it is for adverse reactions, the typical adverse reactions. Same it is for any suspicion about product quality, whether it is about a syrup that is leaking, or is again a tablet that is mottled or friable, or whatever it is. I think there's a great value in encouraging consumers to report this using the FDA Form 3500A, which I think is basically for consumers. And then there is the FDA MedWatch. Another source of data on poor quality drugs is the post-market quality testing, which is a very intentional program that usually require sampling of the products from the markets and then testing them according to the monograph or the specifications on which they were approved. And so where that happens, the data coming out of that is really very powerful, because it really collected the product in real life use, tested them to the specifications, and able to establish whether it passed or failed. So for manufacturing, last quickly, a couple of comments about manufacturing, and then see how USP is working in all this. Next slide. Really, the global manufacturing challenges are a lot, and most of them impact on us here in the US. Close to, we all know that about 19% of prescriptions that are filled in the US are generics, and out of that, a lot of the generics are sourced from outside the US, right? And so global manufacturing impacts everyone here. So one of the things that the chart that you're seeing was intended to, is coming from a medicine supply map at USP, and is used to describe what we found to be associated with drug shortages or vulnerability to shortages. But it also tells you the story about geographic concentration of the manufacturing that leads you to think about, are we sure about the quality of manufacturing in those places? And so we looked at more than 100 factors and back tested them against established shortage channels like FDA recording of shortages, and as well as ASHP. And we were able to narrow down to 4 key risk categories. One is geographic concentration. And in fact, it's interesting to mention that it's often we think about geographic concentration, that our products are coming from India, from China, from other parts of the world. That's true. That's also a risk, a major risk, right? But also, if you have all your light volume parenterals coming from North Carolina, and anything hurricane happens and it clears that out, you also are susceptible to shortages, right? So the geographic concentration, even if the products are manufactured here in the US, there are quality concerns issue, which connects to what we're talking about. The quality concerns comes up a lot. At times you have those issues leading to manufacturers even exiting the market when they have those quality concerns that are pointed out by FDA. Manufacturing complexity. Some of the generics we talk about today some of them are actually complex to manufacture. It's not just that some of them are sterile injectables, sterile generic injectables. There are some that are complex generics that are challenging to manufacture. Then low price and race to the bottom has meant that some manufacturers exited the market. So this impacts the global manufacturing and has implication on quality, hence why we wanted to share this slide with you. In the next slide, what we started looking at is who are others that are thinking about these issues. So I wouldn't have time to discuss this study from Michael Sadela, but very interesting. First time I saw this article, this publication, was very, very keen and quickly connected with Michael. And I think it's one of the few articles that has really been able to situate pharmacovigilance within product manufacturing in both the industry and the general reporting, because he was calling for a way for GDP, GMP, good manufacturing practices, good distribution practices, and good pharmacovigilance practices to work in concert. And to do that also, not just for new products that are coming to the market, but for established products. And the argument to include established product there isn't that you may likely just see a rare adverse drug reaction, 1 out of 10,000, that never occurred for a product that been in the market for 40, 50 years. No, but it might be that there are manufacturing variations. They started sourcing the active ingredient from another source. They started packaging differently. They were using a CDMO that is different. They're using a different excipient. So all this may lead to changes that you see, even with established products. And so some of you may be familiar with nitrosamine impurities that really came up quite recently with a lot of established products that have a tertiary amines on them. So this article was really good in talking about that. Then on the right is a classification that I was playing around with years back. And what it does is, again, to separate when we're talking about pharmacological reporting from pharmacologic origin, from physicochemical origin, and to really come back to, for each of those, some form of causality analysis and lab investigation may be necessary for you to confirmatorily associate the event that is reported to the quality issue. In the next slide, I just want to leave you with these 4 bullets on what the patients expect. And it's consistent with the discussions this morning, but so I don't want to spend any time on that. But the patients expect that every dose that they are taking, there's a blind trust towards that. Every dose should be effective and free from contamination and defects. Next slide. So I just want to say make a few comments about the work that USP is doing associated with this to close it up. So we have USP just a couple of weeks back launched the USP Resiliency Center. That center, if you go to the next, is really tasked to be a centralized hub to address some of the issues that I mentioned to you in the previous slide. And it's not coming from just a new idea. It's consistent with what USP, the real USP had done. For some of you who may not be aware, we are the official pharmacopoeia of the US. It is the standards we set for identity, potency, purity, and strength of medicine that USFDA enforces. And we were established 1820, so more than 200 years ago, right? So that has been the mission, consistent of our resilient supply chain has been the mission. But in the current cycle, 2025 and 2030, we double-clicked on the highlighted parts to strengthen resilience in the global supply chain as a cycle commitment for us. And how are we doing that? In the next slide, we established this resiliency center because we think that we must act to drive towards smart and informed investment that will protect patients. That's the ultimate thing we want to do. And hearing all these things about concern about supply security and quality, it seems like the time to act is now. Next slide. And so the Resiliency Center operates through 3 key pillars: identify and understand the problem, determine and evaluate the levers, and then mitigate and solve. Just very quickly, why we structured it that way is because you can't solve what you don't know about. So the very first part is to identify what the problem is, often to have visibility into the supply chain. Hence, we have this tool we call Medicine Supply Map. So it enables you to see the source of the products and everything that goes into the product, from key starting materials to finished formulation to the excipients to the container closure that goes into that. So one of the most recent things the Medicine Supply Map did was to come out with a module that is focused on key starting material, and it showed the concentration of the sourcing of key starting materials from China. So that tells you that even if you went to address manufacturing, finished dose formulation manufacturing of a product like benzathine penicillin in the US, you say, I want to bring in one more manufacturer because I want to decentralize and make the supply chain more resilient. If you haven't solved the problem at the key starting material and active ingredient level, you haven't solved the true problem. So that's why it's important to understand where the choke points exist. The second part, the determine and evaluate, is because there are just several things that are needed to solve the problem. It could be to start, to expand the capacity of a brownfield facility that's already manufacturing the product, or to set up a new greenfield facility. It could be to use tariffs. It could be to use procurement incentives. It could be to use the Commissioner National Priority Voucher. So there could be regulatory, policy, trade economic, and technical solutions. And so that second, determine and evaluate is meant to identify what are those levers that can be used to solve the problem and deploy them. And then lastly, to solve. So in solving, we'll just discuss that with the last slide. Let's go to the next one, which will be my last. So I'll just take you to the mitigate and solve, the third pillar. So essentially there, we're giving you some sense of some of the things, solutions that USP have, and we're cataloging what other organizations have in solving this problem of supply security and quality that will reduce the instances of substandard and falsified medicines. So we have the great work that our colleagues, Victoria and her team does in our healthcare quality and safety division, our USP, from compounding preparations to the DC plus that can probably play a role in formulary substitution and several other pieces of work that doing. You found about pharmacogenomics that Victoria is leading. And so there's several aspects that we deploy from that. Then we have a department that is focused on advanced manufacturing technology. And what that does is to really take each of these problems, particularly if they require a technology solution. If it is an active ingredient that is made only in China or in India, how do we start making them here in the US? And how do we make them in a way that's environmentally friendly? So if they are using dirty chemistry, how can we use solvents that are more environmentally tolerable? Or how can we use biocatalysis and avoid the use of chemicals, right? So all this is what our advanced manufacturing technology does. And lastly, the pharmaceutical quality and testing program, which really does what we talked about earlier, which is to collect products, sample products, and test them in the market to know the level of failure. The rest of the slides have details that you may want to see about the PPQT program, as we call it, on how the testing is done and the results are shared and all that. And I can visit that if there are questions and comments, but I'm really mindful of time, so that has to be.
Well, wonderful. Thank you so much, Jude. And I think when we talk about adverse drug events, that some of the product quality challenges are, I would say most people are not aware of those. So just thank you so much for your work and the work of the United States Pharmacopoeia to kind of advance quality and standards development for the products that we all, like you said, assume are what they say they are. So at this time, I do want to introduce our online panelist that's joining us for this session, Dr. Mike Ganio. Would you like to introduce yourself, Mike?
Hi, everyone. I'm Mike Ganio, Senior Director of Pharmacy Practice and Quality with the American Society of Health System Pharmacists.
Great. Welcome, Mike. And I think recently you and I were discussing an interesting article on adverse event submissions. And then when they go back and look at the NDCs, that they're kind of disproportionately, related to manufacturing plants and emerging economies. Do you want to comment a little bit on that?
Sure. And I think it goes back to a little bit of what Jude was discussing. We assume everything that's in a bottle or a vial is what it says it is. And the reality is that our current system under the FDA is pass-fail. Everything is assumed to be the same. Generics are assumed to all be equivalent. And in general, generics are fine. I don't want to create alarm that generics are all bad. And if you're trying to determine the quality of a generic, I'd caution you against using country of origin as a proxy. It's not the best correlation. However, there was a study that I mentioned that you alluded to, where looking at adverse event data out of FDA's database, the NDC skewed a little bit more toward manufacturing in India. And so it highlights some concerns with the product quality. Again, I think Jude laid this out really nicely on, what we think we're buying. Is it what's there? He mentioned nitrosamine impurities. There was another example back in 2008 that had fatalities associated with it. That was contamination of a heparin product. So product quality is definitely something that can result in adverse events. And we typically think, at least in my mind, prior to some of these events, as a pharmacist, you think it's the active ingredient that's causing whatever the adverse event is. And in reality, it could be an excipient, whether it's there intentionally or whether it's an impurity. So it's a word of caution that, step back, don't make that assumption that it's always the actual active ingredient that's a cause of some outcome.
Yeah, that's a great point. And I know these supply chain challenges often hit our hospitals and health systems, so I'd love to hear more about that from your perspective, Janess, Jacqueline.
Yes, absolutely. I think it's a place in which we kind of struggle with that sometimes too, right? When you might have your preferred manufacturer that we might typically lean towards and not being able to get access to that particular product, whether it's due to like a drug shortage, and really seeing like where that failure is happening along that supply chain, right? And then having to default and go to other potential manufacturers and other companies, really trying to seek to see like if are there equivalent products that are out there. We may not have all of the readily available data that we normally lean into as well when we are trying to provide those substitutions for medications and supporting our patients.
I would just add to that, not even just manufacturer to manufacturer, but sometimes, as you mentioned, with the kind of narrower supply chains where there might be only one manufacturer, we've seen issues with, for example, lorazepam, and that's a critical medication in a lot of settings in the acute care hospital setting and emergency departments. And when that isn't available, then you have to pivot to an alternative medication to treat those acute conditions. And so then it leads to a lot of process issues. So how do they know that it's a shortage at the ordering level? How does the nurse know where to get the medication, that they can't get the lorazepam? And in my experience, I saw some safety events that were related to that with delays in care because of those shortages as well.
And beyond just the therapeutic substitution, it could be the same drug, just a different concentration. And so then you enter that risk of medication error. I think hydromorphone is a great example where you can go from 1 milligram per ml to 4 milligram per ml, and in the exact same container closure. So it looks identical to the clinician. And so that introduces risks. And then so fortunately, as health records have evolved, they can guide clinicians as they're selecting the alternative and the dose, but their 2010, 2011 timeframe, there were 15 to 18 deaths reported due to improper dose adjustment, switching from morphine to hydromorphone or vice versa, as clinicians weren't as familiar with them. So just the supply chain disruptions, the drug shortages alone can cause these adverse outcomes that are obviously unintended.
Question for the group. So what information about manufacturing quality should be available to clinicians and patients, or what is available, and how do we manage transparency around that?
So I might start, and I think it would be great to hear from Mike on what he thinks about that. I think one of the central place for information about any medicine is in the label, right? So the label, whether you access it through the insert or the package or through Daily Med or any other source, I think just being familiar with basic things, including the storage condition, to the extent that that is contained, the look of the packaging, what it typically looks like, and some of those basic information I think is in place to start. And then there's just a great deal of value in heightened sensitivity and just having an index of suspicion, right? That, well, this product that I'm giving a patient may, I've done everything I can as a provider. I've been able to diagnose the disease. I've been able to, I want to get the maximal outcome out of this patient. So I don't want this last thing, which is the pill I'm giving, to really be the obstacle to me getting the maximal outcome I wanted. So just having that index of suspicion about the quality of the products, asking questions to the pharmacist, posing questions to the pharmacist, is that what it looks like now? Or showing some interest and understanding the way the supplies come, and utilizing really the great resource that the hospital pharmacists and pharmacists have. I think that should be the way to improve this. So every provider utilizing the radio accessibility of pharmacists to understand the details about the products.
And I'll say, as a primary care doctor, I've prescribed hundreds of different medicines, maybe mostly 20 or 30, And I had very little window into what the manufacturing quality would be of the things I prescribed. It would go to the pharmacy, the pharmacist would then dispense it. Sometimes I'd have patients come to me and say, gee, the color changed, my pills changed. And I didn't have a good way to troubleshoot that for them. You know, was it the right medicine, or did somebody put the wrong medicine in the bottle, which unfortunately occasionally happens, less and less now, but sometimes that happens. But often it was a different generic that they got switched out. And sometimes the patients thought that they had a different response to that new generic. And that's a tricky one to work out with your pharmacy to say, gee, can you source a different generic for this patient who thinks that the green generic doesn't do it? They run and go back to the orange generic. Okay.
I think to your question, Sarah, about like what information do patients and clinicians get, I don't know how much they really have a say. Like on the health system level, it's a committee who's deciding which drugs they're going to have in their contracts and which manufacturers they're contracting with. And so I don't know if that's something that should be more transparent, if it's feasible to be more transparent, because there's so many different factors that go into those purchasing decisions.
Yeah. To piggyback off that, I do agree with that, right? And so when we look at our regular governing bodies within health systems, right, typically they're your pharmacy and therapeutic committees, we like to call them P&T, right? And talking through when we're looking at risk versus benefit, and when we're looking at the clinical evidence of the medications that we're deciding to add to our formulary lists, as well to what should be added. But in taking it one step further, right, we might add a certain medication, but we tend to have little control in regards to the actual manufacturer. But we might be able to pull and source that from, right, depending on who we are contracting with as a vendor in order to provide those medications to us.
Something that I wanted to add that I think is really a challenge that was touched on is the excipients, and recognizing that an excipient might be a cause of an adverse reaction and not the actual drug ingredient. If somebody came to me as a pharmacist and said which excipient could be causing this, and even if I had the material in front of me, I would not know how to answer that question. So how do you suss that out, that it could be an excipient reaction? I don't know that there's great guidance out there for that, or what are even excipients that are commonly associated with reactions. Is that information out there somewhere?
I think to add to that as well too, especially when we look at some of our resources that we tend to naturally lean into, right? Especially when we're looking at like DDIs, like drug interactions, right? How many resources, what systems, processes, databases are in place that are actually truly looking at drug excipient interactions as well too, and where can you source that information? It sounds like that might be a gap in which we can go ahead and support. We're looking at objective items and next steps.
There's been just a lot of, just to your point, a lot of concerns about the CPNs, and whether to the extent that there's knowledge about how much they can impact on the quality of the product, and also even real life situations. I mean, we all remember what was the origin of FDA? The origin of FDA was as of diethylene glycol, which ideally should be just an excipient, but contamination of sulfanilamide. And that same diethylene glycol contamination has happened more than another, dozens and dozens of times in the world since that 1937. And the last was last year, where it killed people in Uzbekistan, Indonesia, and one country in West Africa. So excipients is a factor, but to the question about how to know about whether the excipient is the source of the problem. So fortunately, manufacturers in formulating the products, they are required to test those excipients as well as inputs, but as well as in the formulation. And FDA has got a database of approved excipients. And novel excipients are coming in. There are new excipients that do come in. But again, when those are used, to the extent that, the knowledge about them, I don't know, I haven't followed that recently, how their safety and everything is established, but I can imagine there's a regulatory process for that. But I think that familiarity with the excipients is one place to start, which are the established excipients that have been approved with predicate product, with the brand and the first entry generics and all that. And then just identifying when you see a new multi-source equivalent that uses a new excipient and being able to ask questions about it, because just identifying that, even if you don't have the answer, will be a place to start. Then you can now start probing for that.
Another thing my patients always wanted was the drug supplement, drug food interactions. And that was, we could sometimes source that, but not nearly as reliably as like drug interactions. But so many people buy their own supplements, take their own supplements. And presumably there are some of the same issues in the supplement world as there are in the kind of regulated medical world.
Do we want to talk about supplements? Okay, great. And I know when there's kind of supply chain challenges and shortages and things like that, sometimes our alternative is to go ahead and compound that medication. I know it's been in the news lately around the GLP compounding. So if you want to speak to any of those challenges and opportunities, feel free to chime in.
Yeah, with the popularity of GLP-1s and the shortages that we experienced that have ended, I'll be very clear. We've really seen a rise in compounding related to the GLP-1s, and it really does bring a concern around adverse drug events and quality. I remember speaking to patients multiple times a day, asking them about side effects and things like that, because I was terrified as a compounder of these things, what could possibly be happening. What we're seeing is now that FDA is becoming more and more clear that compounding of GLP-1s should not be happening, those who are sticking around are resorting to different suppliers, different strategies with different excipients. And what that calls for is patients and providers to really analyze these compounders and what they're doing to make sure that they're protecting themselves. You mentioned the labels as something to analyze, but people who are compounding should be analyzing their certificates of analysis because they're looking at bulk ingredients. And what is the way that patients can report adverse events for these compounded drugs? I mean, yes, you can report them on MedWatch, and I know that FDA gets them, but I don't think they're reported anywhere near to the level as other drugs. So I think it's an opportunity for adverse drug events to be improved for certain.
Do you think there's a greater risk, like in compounding, with sanitation and cleanliness and good manufacturing? So it's not just excipients and products, but it's just the actual process itself, right? Of how clean it is. And we saw this a few years ago with that I forget the name of it, the one in Baltimore, right? Had like manufacturing process, and that's a massive one that was designed for brand name manufacturers to do. So I imagine at the compounding level, where you've got thousands, the FDA can't inspect all of those facilities in any way. So you've got real actual manufacturing issues rather than even just ingredient.
FDA inspects manufacturers and 503B pharmacies who compound for hospitals and clinics and such. But the 503A pharmacies, the mom and pop compounding pharmacies, and even sterile compounding pharmacies are mostly inspected by their state boards of pharmacy. And they do a fairly good job, but they're held to a different standard than your manufacturing facilities. They use good manufacturing practices, whereas your 503A pharmacies are held to USP 797 for sterile and 795 for non-sterile. It's a different standard, it's more practical. But let's just say that the testing involved, the environmental quality is just, it's not near what it is for manufacturing for practical reasons.
So, and Jude, you mentioned USP does some drug quality testing. How can we know which products have undergone more rigorous independent testing?
Right. Yes. So what the program is the program was launched last year after a pilot with one pharmaceutical company, Apotex. And essentially what it was to collect samples from the markets, sampling, and then testing them to the monographs. And so the program is active now, it's live. And what we are discussing with health systems, GPOs, and with with purchasers is really ways that they can use avail the program to use that to determine these concerns that they may have. We've had a lot of concerns about sterile generic injectables. And indeed, when you see cases of recalls that are related to quality, they outnumber the others. It's either sterile injectables that were found to have microbial agents on it or particulate matter, or if when it's solid oral dosage form, is always issues about dissolution, like the case of potassium chloride that failed dissolution, which was an extended release, and they dumped the entire dose on the patient and leading to hyperkalemia. So what this program does is to work with health systems, work with GPOs, work with manufacturers, who then determine products of interest that they may want to test. We have ideas at USP because, again, sterile injectables, you have products that where the margin of error is really, really low, like therapeutic index products, drugs that have had some concerns about bioequivalence, right? So anticonvulsants, whatever of those. So once there's an agreement on the products to test, USP then works with the manufacturer, then independently collect the samples from the market, test them, and produce the reports. The report of those products that pass the quality test are shared across participating health systems. So with that, it enables them to be better informed as they purchase. So it can inform, particularly for your case, it could be a good program to support your supplier selection and your purchasing arrangements.
So with so many products on the market, what advice do you have for consumers regarding, quality and products?
Who's consumer in your question?
Well, we're all users of healthcare. So if, just as an individual or, a family member, what would you tell them? There's so many things you can acquire.
Yeah, so this I think is the challenge when we talk about consumer and healthcare is one of the unusual situations where the person buying the product is not the actual end user. And the person making a purchasing decision may never even see the product. It's going to make its way through all the hands, clinicians, the pharmacy technicians, et cetera, and into the hands of a patient. So it's really challenging to give advice because there's so many layers. To the folks that are making those purchasing decisions, I think pay attention to the news and when you have the opportunity to explore warning letters, Form 483s, but so 483 is an FDA inspection report. Understanding the contents of those two is as important as understanding that they exist and how to read them and understand that there's almost always an objectionable finding. Consider it like a Joint Commission inspection for those of you who are in that space. You kind of want them to find things that you can improve. QA is a cycle that should constantly the company should constantly focus on. So the fact that something has been issued is not necessarily a problem. A warning letter is a little bit more problematic. That's the next phase. But that's the buyers, and that's not really feasible. It's not feasible for every buyer across the country to be that in tune with this information. So I think a program like what Jude mentioned for testing is important because I think that's a little more tangible for people to pay attention to. For general patients, I think as clinicians, the pill looks green this time. And accept that where 20 years ago we would argue till we're blue in the face that no, it's the same, except that maybe now there is a little bit of a difference. And if they come to you and say, hey, I've noticed something, believe them, talk to them about it. And if the ability exists to source that other product and go back to it, then, and if it was working for the patient, then I think it's something we should feel obligated to do. As far as educating family and friends, to me, it's business as usual to them. And then if I hear something about, I suddenly have this new side effect or something doesn't seem to be the same, then my ears perk up and I'm willing to have a conversation. But I think right now, without more information, it's something to be aware of without being alarmed about.
I tell my family and friends, especially when purchasing like supplements, looking for, I know they can't say it, but I'll say USP verification on the label. USP. These companies actually pay USP to test these products and ensure that they are labeled correctly, identifying the right supplement as well as the amount. But then in the case of the drugs they're picking up at the pharmacy, asking questions. Even if it's a compound, ask questions. Hey, can you make sure that this is the right drug? You know, this looks different. Or, hey, I had this adverse event happen to me. You know, could it be related to the drug? I know sometimes it feels like the retail pharmacies might be pushing us out the door before we even get in there, but you have the right to stop and take a moment and ask questions because it could make a huge difference.
That's a great point. In fact, we published an entire case report based on a question in the clinic of someone who had been taking several medications, came in for pharmacogenetics testing, and in between the time he got the testing and the results, had a severe near fatal bleeding experience following a paniculectomy. Turns out he was taking fluoxetine, which can cause bleeding because it also blocks serotonin on platelets and prevents them from aggregating. But if he didn't ask us, could any of my meds cause this event that happened since I saw you last, we wouldn't even have known to dig into it. And now we have a full, report that's in the literature on it. So, yeah, great discussion. We're kind of nearing the end of this hour, and our last and final hour is going to be on what are we going to do? Our national action plan, what could that look like? What needs to be included in that? And to kick it off, we're going to hear from Charay Gad, who I believe is joining us online. Yeah, share the screen here.
Sarah, put on.
Oh, perfect. All right, Charay. Would you, can you hear us? Would you like to introduce yourself?
Yes, hi, my name is Charay Gad. I am the mother of London Isabel Ryan Gad.
All right, so to kick off this hour, we wanted to hear, Charay, your story and some of the advocacy work that you've been doing.
Well, I'm working on a couple different avenues. I'm working on bills for online safety for our children. I'm also working in Michigan here for a set of bills that are referenced as London's Law to demand more informed consent, to look to more root cause interventions, not just turning right towards psychiatric medications, just more transparency. And I am also in the process of starting a nonprofit with Marcus Orlando and Dr. Marissa Whitdoran, which is Dr. Joseph Whitdoran's wife, obviously. We are starting a nonprofit called Unscripted. We are going to provide literacy for families about the effects that could happen with these medications, obviously for them to make their own decision, but we just want to give them the education that they need, that they don't get provided by providers, to make their own informed consent decision ultimately.
Yeah, thanks, Charay, for your work. And you want to tell us a little bit about what happened with London?
Do you want me to kind of go into the whole
Sure, yeah,
story
the
here
floor is
then?
yours.
Okay, so London was 12 years old when she was lost to me forever. I never knew how much August 1st, 2024 would change my entire life. They say the first gift you give your child is their name. I just kind of wanted to go in a little bit and describe who London was. And London's Grammy called her Sunshine, her dad called her Izzy, her sister called her Little, and London called her Big. I called her Midget Gidget. Her friends called her Onion because she was so beautiful she would make you cry. She was 12. London was intelligent, artistic, athletic, compassionate, and deeply loved. She loved to read. She played soccer year round. She made everyone laugh. She dreamed of becoming a pilot in the United States Air Force. And everywhere she went, people loved her. Her teachers loved her. She was often their favorite. At her funeral, one of her teachers shared a story. He had students write their name on popsicle sticks. London wrote, "London, your fave." He said, "My fave, huh?" She smiled and said, "Yep, you just wait, you'll see." He said she was right. She was not a statistic. She was 12 before medication was ever introduced. In 2021, London underwent over 3 hours of behavioral testing. She did not show depression. She showed anxiety and separation anxiety. That baseline mattered because in March of 2023, her doctor prescribed Wellbutrin. She did not like how it made her feel, and that was enough for me. I didn't want to add extra stress or pressure on her, so I didn't ask any other questions. It just was enough. She told me she didn't like how it made her feel. So we stopped it within 2 weeks. In October 2023, London was admitted inpatient. Her own medical records documented using her self-diagnosis. This is how I found out later they diagnosed her. Her anxiety was a 7 out of 10. Her depression was a 0 out of 10. She was not formally tested for major depressive disorder, and yet she was labeled with it anyway. And I believe these labels create a stigma, one that no child should ever have to carry. They prescribed her Prozac, 5 milligrams. And again, London said, "I don't like how this makes me feel." So we stopped it within 5 days. 8 months later, that history was ignored. July 2024, my daughter asked for help. Every single time London asked for help, she reached out. She spoke up. She came to me. So I know the medication affected her thoughts. It altered her actions. It changed her. We brought her back into inpatient. The psychiatrist told me, "This is the safest drug out there. I would give it to my children. It's only 10 milligrams," and I trusted him. I consented to 10 milligrams. What I didn't know is that within 3 days, her dosage was increased to 20 milligrams while she was still an inpatient. Without my consent, without my knowledge, no warning, no explanation, no black box warning discussion, no medication guide, no pharmacist consultation, because a prescription was filled in-house in the inpatient facility. Later, I found documents with my name signed marked as verbal consent. I never saw them. I never signed them. Later, I also found documents. Every 15 minutes, they performed a Q15 check. And they documented her as calm, sleeping every single time. No distress, no sadness, no crisis. So I ask you why we need to medicate a calm child. July 30th, she gained access to medication. These medications were in a locked room. We believe she had searched how to gain access, how to pick a lock or get into it. Later, I learned in documents she had told a psychiatrist in the inpatient facility that a friend told her, "If you take a bunch of ibuprofen, it will kill you." And when she gained access, there was a large bottle of ibuprofen right in front of the basket. She never grabbed them. Instead, she took something else. So I know in my heart, London was not seeking to end her life. Her thoughts were clear. Her thoughts were not clear. Her actions were not logical. They were altered. That same night, she stayed at her dad's. At 1:20 in the morning, she reached out to her counselor asking for help. She was messaging her counselor and friends all night, telling them what she was going to do. No one told us, no one reached out, not even her counselor. July 31st, that day she laughed, she played with her grandparents all day. She seemed like she was still my London. At 8:15, I walked into her room. She hugged me so tight. Mom, I missed you so much. I love you so much. Minutes later, I found her on the floor. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I just wanted to hurt my tummy. We rushed to the hospital. She was 12. She doesn't understand the consequences. She walked in. She was taken. She was talking. She was alive. I begged for help. The hospital wouldn't pump her stomach, wouldn't give her activated charcoal. They told me it was old school. There was no urgency. She coded at 2:39 in the morning. My daughter died. And I need you to hear this clearly. Every single time, excuse me, every single time London asked for help, she reached out. She spoke up. She came to me. So I know the medication affected her thoughts. It altered her actions. It changed her. Because the last time she didn't come to me, my daughter did not want to die. She thought they would save her because I always had before. And that is what breaks me over and over again every single day of my life. A dear friend later told me that she probably waited until she was at my house because she knew I would keep her safe. Every other time she came to me, and this time she didn't. She trusted them. I trusted them. And that trust cost her everything. After she passed, I uncovered the truth. No consent, no warnings, no explanation, no accountability. Adverse drug events are massively unreported, as you know. Less than 0.3% are reported, up to 99% go unreported. And the pharmaceutical companies bank on that lack of reporting. And if a food product is contaminated, it is recalled. If a car is defective, it's recalled. If a toy harms a child, it's recalled. If a product causes death, it is fixed. So why are pharmaceutical companies not held to these same safety standards? My daughter should be 14. She has no high school starting, no first kiss, no prom, no graduation, no wedding. I'm never going to have any grandbabies. Instead, she is forever 12. I don't want anyone to stop saying her name, London Isabella Ryan Gadd, because if her voice through me saves one person, her life matters. And please do something with this, because no parent should live with a silent bedroom in a story that could have been prevented. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much for being here.
I wanted to show a picture of London.
Yes. Beautiful girl. And, I have to say, as a parent, your story it's the type of thing that keeps me up at night. And I'm just really thankful for you to be here and to open up this session where we've talked all day about what the challenges are, but this is an urgent priority. We're losing our kids every day. We lose lives to these challenges. And some of these, I think, are low-hanging fruit, logistical opportunities. So that's why, we slated this last hour to talk about what could a more coordinated plan look like. Because I think we all mentioned some of the potential solutions today, but still the information isn't getting to patients and parents and caregivers. And, we have data, but it's not necessarily being acted on quickly or as quickly as it could. So there's solutions here, and that's what we're here to discuss for this hour. And I know we have a couple more folks to give some updates. I think someone's going to be coming in online. And we also have a new participant to the roundtable. Just join us as well if you want to give an introduction, Tammy.
Sure. My name is Tammy Heisinger. I'm a family physician. Look up here.
Both.
Okay.
It's right here, yeah.
Okay. Hi.
Oh, great, that one right there.
Okay. I'm a family physician from Michigan. And I have been in more of a functional medicine practice for 38 years. And when I heard about, the work that HHS was doing and the looking at it from a more of a functional standpoint, I thought maybe I could be here to help. And so I left my practice in August and have been working at HHS for 7 months now. And I'm a senior advisor in the Office of the Assistant Secretary. And we get to do all the policies. And so if Bobby Kennedy says, okay, we got to study PFAS or EMF or anything. So they come to OASH and we start, getting a roundtable together or talking about anything. So it's been fun. It's been eye-opening. It's been challenging. And there's a few politics that still get in the way, but I'm working hard.
Great. Thanks, Tammy, for joining us. And do we have John online for the? Okay, well, let's dive into our discussion. I think we had distributed to members of the roundtable a document from 2014. Was actually put out by the Department of Health and Human Services. It's called the National Action Plan for Adverse Drug Event Prevention. And in it, it outlined actually a very nice 150 or so page document, a lot of really good information that I even referenced in some of my presentations. They identified at the time 3 drug classes that were the biggest drivers of what they felt like were preventable adverse events based on the methodology that they use. And at that time, it was anti-diabetics and specifically hypoglycemics like insulin, opioids, and anticoagulants. And really also at the end of the report, it had a strategy. So all the federal offices, what part of the plan, what part of the prevention plan that they could take ownership for. So we found out that that plan isn't currently active, but we wanted to meet, culminate today's discussion in what if we were going to modernize a plan like this from 12 years ago with some of the things we discussed today. So we have new tools, new technology, we have AI, we have different methods to look at data, what that could look like. So one thing we haven't talked about yet, but I do want to talk about, and I think it could inform a national plan, is quality metrics. That question is coming to you, Brett. So can you tell us a little bit about process versus utilization metrics and how those can tie back to safe medication safety?
Sure. So just for background, I used to work at NCQA, which is the National Committee for Quality Assurance. I worked there for about 15 years, where they were, if you've heard of HEDIS measures, NCQA is the owner of the HEDIS measures and metrics, which are performance measures to look at quality and appropriate, really it's appropriate utilization of services of all kinds of medications, as well as, other kinds of clinical services that exist. And then they're used in accreditation programs, as well as for measuring things for Medicare and Medicaid. So there's different kinds of measures, right? There's process measures, which really look at, did something happen, yes or no, right? Then there's outcome measures, which is, was there an appropriate outcome? There's survey measures, which are things that, technical consumer piece of service, things like the CAPS survey, for instance. And they have their own, they serve their own purposes, and some are, better than others for what that is. But part of the problem in a lot of these cases is that we often can measure things that don't always necessarily have impact, and some of the things that have impact we can't always measure. Hopefully, as interoperability increases, as digital, as data becomes much more real time and becomes much more robust, we have the ability, I think, to make better measures. That also reduces the burden on those who have to report, because one of the issues is certainly reporting burdens of people in hospitals and hospital systems and health plans. You'll hear this all the time, right? Or for doctors, it's hard to do, right? This is a lot. It's an extra check the box step. But I think in the medication area, so there's a handful of measures that look at different kinds of appropriate or inappropriate use of medication. So for instance, there's like drugs to be avoided in the elderly, which is a measure of looking at. And then there's a list of classifications, usually follows the Beers criteria that's put out by the American Gerontological Society, right? So there's a list of category of measures, of drugs that should not be used in the elderly if they're inappropriate. There are some measures of use of in children, not as many, unfortunately, particularly in the Medicaid program. There's less, but there are a few around use of ADHD medications and inappropriate use of ADHD medications and psychotropics. And then the other measures really are around things like blood pressure and diabetes, about whether or not you're controlling medication. But some are looking at, use of statins, which are, again, these process measures, right? Do you have high cholesterol? Do you use a statin measure? Right? But there are ones, use of statin measures for people who have psychosis, have schizophrenia is one of the measures, because that is, people with schizophrenia tend to have side effects of high cholesterol and obesity and stuff. So there's a measure that looks at that. But there aren't a lot of, or really any, measures that are tracking adverse events. So that's, I think, where, there's a gap, right? Of, not only was it used appropriately or inappropriately, but did some bad reaction happen as a result of the use of the medication? There aren't any process, at least that I'm aware of, that are in any of the sets that are currently being used to hold accountability, mostly in Medicare. Most measures are in the Medicare space right now that have some kind of level of quality is tied to payment or reimbursement. And that's what these measures are really being used for. The most common set are in the Medicare Advantage program, so Medicare Stars, right, which is what you hear, and particularly the Part D medication use, right, which are really about adherence. Did you stay on your cholesterol drugs? Did you stay on your statins? Stay on RAS antagonists and so forth. So that's really where the focus is, not so much about was it effective. I mean, the theory for adherence, right, is that if we know, right, if you have high cholesterol, statins work. So the theory is if you have compliance, if you have good persistence and adherence, you'll keep your cholesterol down, which will, avoid all the concomitant conditions that occur with that. But there's not a lot of effect looking at actual direct effectiveness or adverse events. That's sort of a high level kind of jumping around. I don't know if there's specific questions you have.
Yeah, that kind of brings me to my next question is how can adverse events be better tracked in clinical practice? Because you're not going to find something that you're not looking for, right? So, and I know you said you worked in private practice. I don't know if you have any thoughts.
Leave it up to the patients generally, that they would get the best response from a company, not so much the doctors. The doctors sometimes would be flagged as, oh, watch this doctor, she's just calling all the time. But if I left it up to the patient to send an adverse response in, that generally held more weight than the physicians. So, and there are some adverse events, I think isn't it through FDA? You can, there are calls, there are 800 numbers you can call to report them.
To piggyback off that, I think it also is important for us to note where we are reporting that information, right? And so noting that we have the FDA as a space of report, right? If we're looking at health systems and we're dealing with patients, even outpatient setting, I feel like that is a gap, especially when we look at outpatient settings, ambulatory care settings, outpatient infusion practice settings, right? We have really good, robust reporting and structures in the inpatient side, but what does that look like on the outpatient side? And is that something that we really should be relying on the patients for? Also, should we also be tasking our clinicians to also do that as well too? What do we need to do in order to make sure that we have the infrastructure in place in order to help support not only patient safety, but also our team members and clinicians that are working in those spaces day to day? I think a common theme I've been hearing a lot often has been reporting. Reporting is a barrier, right? We might have a lot of clicks that we need to put into. How do we streamline our reports and our reporting system in order to support, that pharmacovigilance side when we're looking at, on the industry side and the medical device equipment side, post-market, we're looking at in health systems, medication safety aspect inside of that as well too. If we are able to support and build that infrastructure, we can go ahead and continue to start connecting those dots. And then additionally too, like what is the information we're providing to our patient safety organizations as well too? And what is that information sharing that we're doing so that we can go ahead and support our patients moving forward?
Can I ask a question about MedWatch? I filled out a MedWatch and basically I had to follow up 2 or 3 times on it. And nobody took it. It was just kind of like dark hole.
Yeah.
Then you want to know the paranoia going on in my life. I'm like, just reported myself to the government. Now, every eyeball is gonna be on me for the rest of my life. You know, I'm looking out the window. Are they around the corner?
It was the medication.
Like Brett was saying.
I mean, why, with $1 billion system, who's gonna help?
Yeah, well, I think what Brett was saying with a system that tracks it, we have a system to report it. We have several systems to report it. Some work better than others. What we don't have is this automatic tracking system, as far as we know, where FDA or the assistant secretary or somebody gets a report saying, you know, in the last 12 months, we've had X number of adverse event reports of people dying who were taking such and such a drug, or, you know, some serious thing. That's what we're missing. We're getting these individual reports that, as Bob said, don't necessarily. Yeah.
And the point of measure, I mean, the point of why you create measures and why you have performance metrics is for accountability. And so if there's not accountability, right, if there's no action, nothing's going to happen. If it's just a check the box exercise, or if it's just even reporting, or even if it's tracking, but if nothing happens as a result of it. So and the way you get things to do in this system, it's a coin operated system, right? This is still a for-profit system. And so the way you hold people accountable is through payment and reimbursement. And that can, you know, we can argue about who should be held responsible and what chain of command, to your point, everybody all the way through. But without some kind of accountability, particularly financial accountability, there is not going to be action. So if we think about measures, we have to think about who we can hold accountable and in what way. Is that reimbursement from CMS, from Medicare, from the states, if it's Medicaid, at the commercial level? I'm not sure what's the way, but there has to be some kind of measures that can.
And also from a safety standpoint, when health systems implement safety programs, they encourage more reporting. Right. So the last thing you want to do is create a measure that says, oh, if you have more than 3 adverse events in your clinic, you get punished.
Yeah.
And guess what you want is to open the floodgates of reporting. And so you have to think about that in a sort of measurement and accountability context.
Yeah,
You really want to encourage.
I wanted to say that because there's just a global database for adverse event reporting, and the country that outperforms all others is the United States. Meanwhile, it isn't that the incidence of adverse events are more here. It's because as low as the reporting here is, we used to call it a tip of the iceberg, that to the point about 0.3% and all that is really as low as that in terms of reporting compared to the events that does happen. But as low as that is a higher rate of reporting compared to other countries. And so functional epidemiological systems thrive by when they report, it shows effectiveness, right? It's over time, you expect those reports to go down if interventions are working. And so I think one of the things is really to the extent that the reporting can be, you take the human beings out of it, ways to automate it, and ways to the point of to the question that Bob you raised and others, what do you do about it? So maybe involving FDA, there's an Office of Surveillance and Epidemiology, and this part of what they do is supposed to really analyze this data and several other things and make sense of it, and then it impacts on the post-marketing issues with the drug and the industry. But again, that might not be sufficient. But the point is, some of these events are not reported. Those that are reported are shy of events that are not catastrophic. So you have a product that is not working, who cares? And they move on to another product. You have a product that have poor quality, it's not working, and then you have switches, right? Rather than those data are captured, and to your point about outcome-based payments, so you eyeball those data to inform how you continue to incentivize that product based on its performance and getting you the clinical outcomes.
But what about the individual? Some people are suffering out there.
Well, here's a question: is that so? We've got the capability, and FDA just updated their FAIR system, so it's basically a catch-all in one place for all adverse events. Who here is familiar with the National Violent Death Reporting System through HHS? Anybody heard that term before? Okay. So the states, they partner with the feds, partner with the states, and many of the states have created reporting dashboards that integrate all kinds of different, all various types of violent deaths. Suicides, you can break it down by age group and everything. What if when these adverse event reports are put in, we could equally pump out a dashboard? We don't need the individual case. You don't even need to know the city, county, zip code. State would be great, but have so X number of fluoxetine adverse event reports, statin event reports, so on, and basically have it be a dashboard that updates quarterly, that people could go to this, researchers could go to this, pull the data sets, look at it. Transparency is the greatest antiseptic, I think is the term. But if we were to do that, people, not only the experts, but also the patients could look at this and track this and see, okay, I've just prescribed this medication and it's like got the #1 number of adverse drug event reports this year in the past 20 years.
No, I think that's a great idea. I guess I just want to mention that a few years ago, when I was meeting with the woman who was the head of CDER, the FDA's Center for Drugs Evaluation and Research, who also was the acting FDA commissioner for quite a while. And somebody said to her, you know, this adverse event reporting should be required. It shouldn't be voluntary. And she kind of laughed and said, you know, we are getting so many of these already that I couldn't handle any more. If it was required, it would just be impossible. So the issue is, who's going to do something with it? You know, we want the information, reporters could use it, interested advocates could use it, but if nobody in the government does anything with it, then what have we got?
And sometimes just making it available. So opendata.gov, HHS has done a lot of work to take data sets and make them public and available for others to do research, others to do work off of. So, you know, even if there's a step that is not requiring the government to manage the dashboard, if the data is available and somebody else can rise up, a researcher or a company.
States are doing it, like I said. So Michigan's got a dashboard, Minnesota, several other states have created their own dashboards to actually have that data public so you can visualize it. Yeah. On the mandatory reporting, I know Tennessee's got a hearing tomorrow for a statewide written consent bill for psychotropics, but would also include mandatory reporting within 20 days by providers. That's a bill that's in this Tennessee legislature right now.
And is there anything about who does what with it? Yeah. Just report it.
Providers are required to report it to FDA.
Well, that's where,
It gets lost.
Right.
Why can't we get our health system like our wealth system?
Mhm.
You know, every piece of currency we have has "In God We Trust" on it, right? And you do something bad, it's all about the ROI. And if you're not out there's a TV show called American Greed. They'll come and get you. Why can't we bring that same level to our health system? I mean, if I'm hearing this thing right, you're just putting that information in there and we're popping out great reports.
It sometimes, so for example, with FDA, if somebody publishes an article about some, adverse event with a certain drug and it's in the New England Journal of Medicine, suddenly the FDA looks at it. But if it's not visible in that way in the media or in the published research literature, the prestigious journals, then it disappears.
Public-private partnership can really work. If we had someone funding this, a nonprofit or a for-profit company that was really serious about this and tracking, and then again, like you say, brought it to the government, all of a sudden, then when it's out in the open and people know about it. So no, if there's anyone that could fund something like this, with their computers, it's amazing.
The government could provide grants.
Exactly, the government could provide grants or contracts.
Yes.
We do have
There
money.
we go.
We do have money for contracting.
There we go.
Grant for the other position, yes.
So really, so the United States Pharmacopoeia, besides our role in the law to set the standards for medicines, in the 70s, 80s. It's all over everywhere in our history, as well as at the FDA. We ran a program that involved adverse events, reporting, managing it on behalf and working together with FDA, and that was actually funded by FDA. So having interesting USP to fulfill that program ran for about a number of years. So they're just similar arrangements that exist in Europe. There are, specifically on quality, there is the equivalent of USP in Europe, the European Directorate for Quality of Medicine, EDQM. So they have responsibility for things related to it, essentially on quality, but they have the responsibility to collect samples of drugs, test them in the market, and then make sure that reports that come out to either reassure the respective countries or to at least pull those products out of the market. So that helps to supplement what the deregulatory authority does. So I think that those kind of partnership are usually very, very helpful because there could be several limitations in having the NBA beginning to the end about this. And indeed, also even understanding fully what they do right now, which I think is a lot, but there are opportunities for complements.
We explored for a while something akin to the National Transportation Safety Board, which is a public-private partnership that assures safety with airplanes and aircraft. And it's intentionally not governmental, but the government has a place at the table. And that encourages all the airlines to report their accidents and near misses and issues in a safe space that they can all learn from it for each other and fix our transportation system, which is very interdependent. So we explored some similar ideas within HHS to say, could we create a public-private partnership in that same way that is intentionally sharing in a safe, protected space so that we can all get better together.
Great. And I know we have Dr. Omar Amer, President of the International Society of Pharmacovigilance, online with a question.
Thank you. More comment, and thanks for this very interesting discussion. And you raised the underreporting. That is a global issue, and how to overcome this issue. Really, we're talking now within the International Society of Pharmacovigilance about the predictive safety as well, using the new technological tools or the artificial intelligence tools with the large language models to predict the safety of the product, but also screening the unsolicited safety data within the social media and the literature screening, the medical literature or scientific literature to screen all the safety data that can be mentioned within the literature databases. So there's efforts and there's collaboration within the International Society of Pharmacovigilance to enhance the safety surveillance, the post-market surveillance, but as I mentioned, also the safety of the predictive safety, and how to characterize, identify the risks, characterize them, and also plan for the risk mitigations within the REMS, risk mitigation and evaluation strategies in the US and the risk management plan globally.
Great. Thanks, Dr. Amer.
Yeah. Okay.
I do often get asked, what is pharmacovigilance? I probably should have started with this, but it's any effort to identify, track, monitor, or prevent an adverse drug event. And I think this quote from the Global Patient Safety Lead at Eli Lilly speaks, I think, volumes of what's been alluded to. So 10 to 20% increase in adverse event reports every year, a number that's not going anywhere but up. And as somebody who has manually curated all of the data elements from a specific case for a case safety report to publish, there's a lot of information. It's all over the chart. This also included inpatient admission, so we had to get some of the information from another, hospital and pull all of that together to really try to establish what the goal of this is causalities. Did this product cause the adverse event that was observed? And if you think about a MedWatch form and it being voluntary, and you have kind of, the data elements listed here are actually from an article that talks about guidelines on what to include in a case safety report that you're planning to publish. And this is much more condensed than what's in the article. In the article, it has more information and examples and, good, better, best type of information to include. But there's a lot of information and it's all over the place. So my question is, within the current electronic healthcare infrastructure, how feasible would it be to digitize and capture some of these things into more standardized report than what I think a given consumer might put in a MedWatch form?
So the current way you do that is through what we call a FHIR profile implementation guide. So it's an API. That's the kind of way the computers talk now. And FHIR is the standard for these APIs in healthcare. And so much of this data, not all, but much of this data is going to be part of the standard data set that's exchanged routinely. And if that's the case, it can be auto-populated. So the patient characteristics can be auto-populated. The drug itself, probably not. The stop-start date and duration of therapy, like those are things that wouldn't necessarily be in the auto-population. So there are a number of these kinds of projects and programs around. In fact, so I'm at Optum now, and I was talking to our lead for this work, and in all of our pharmacies, we have some pharmacies that dispense medications. They all have electronic automated ADE reporting right out of their pharmacy EHR. So it's routinely done by 4 or 5 of our EHRs that support pharmacists who are doing things like infusion therapy, for example. In places of high volume and likely to do this, I think they would, it's also about, will the clinician actually click the button? Even if it's super easy to do, they still have to think about it. And so you're going to be more likely that would be the case in a place where they're experiencing more of these. So it might be like an infusion center. It might be a place that knows they're dealing with drugs with a tight therapeutic window, that they're more likely to have an ADE. The general provider, primary care provider out in practice probably doesn't take the time to do this kind of reporting because they're super busy. They're seeing 20 and 30 patients a day. And even if they hear of one of these, it might be just once a month. And so they've got to remember how to click the button and remember how to do the thing.
And so they click the button, and then where does it go?
So for us, ours will go to, we have our own patient safety organization, so they all go to our own PSO. And then we report the reportable ones to the FDA. And then sometimes pharma wants them as well. So some of them also get sent to the pharmaceutical manufacturers as for their own information about what kind of adverse events are happening from these medications.
Okay. And then when they come back to the FDA, I know something happens with that. I know you were in the Office of Surveillance and Epidemiology. So how do you all triage those reports once they come in?
So I was in a small office, medication error prevention analysis. Group was broken up into different therapeutic categories, and you would be assigned on a weekly basis anywhere between like a handful to hundreds of cases that you would manually review. And part of my role when I was there was looking at the Sentinel system and seeing if we could use that to identify potential signals so that, you're going to review each and every single case, but pay close attention to this one because this one is statistically occurring more than it should, more than it normally would. But they are technically reviewed, every single one, by someone at the FDA, and the ones that are deemed to be significant are moved on for review. I mean, everything is categorized and left in the system and published online, I think quarterly. 2 million reports go up. And of course, they're all accessible in future should they start getting more and more of the same reports. But the ones that were deemed more significant were brought to the attention of leadership, and then we triaged things for changes to the labeling, reaching out to the manufacturer, and so on and so forth.
So as someone who worked in that office, do you think that whole process would be better done or more efficient if it was like contracted out through a public-private partnership or?
That's a great question.
Maybe. I think the people working there were experts in their disease states and they were able to triage things very accurately, but not to say that somebody in
Like if, I guess, private had more
Yeah.
money to do it or.
could put more
Scale it, yeah.
effort into it. Yeah, potentially.
Yeah.
I would say it was very difficult for certain groups that had more reports than others because they were having to, a lot more manpower would be definitely more beneficial.
And somebody to go out and maybe interview what went wrong.
Yeah, and so that was part of the follow-up is, do we need to contact the reporter and get more information? And those follow-ups were done based on, the triage level.
And some of these will go through these patient safety organizations. So that's a separate thing. Every health system is connected to a patient safety organization, which is designed to look for safety events, have them reported, and then they have kind of consultants that can help you as a health system to decrease those safety events. So small practices won't have that, but every hospital will have a PSO and every large integrated delivery system will have a PSO. And they do some reporting as well out of their patient safety organizations.
Another way, okay.
No, you first.
Take to a different tack, which is, thank you. The other way to do this also is through the patients directly, as you mentioned, maybe a way to get patients. So there are, what are called patient-reported outcomes and electronic patient-reported outcomes, which are measures to capture what's going on with patients, and they're using increasingly their apps, right? So everybody, not everybody, but most of the population is on a phone, has smartphones, is able to use the apps, and they have these apps that capture, if you give a medication, particularly useful in oncology and things where you have, something that is toxic. Right, you're using these drugs that have side effects that are known, some of which can be really risky, and so you get the dosing of the drug, and then there's an app that sort of reminds you on a frequency, maybe it's every 4 hours, maybe it's every day, every 3 days, depending on the severity, and it asks you questions. Did you have a fever? Did you have this? Did you have a rash? Did you have whatever the reactions are that are known, and then also in an open box for other things, and it links back to the provider's office. And then so that a nurse or somebody can see it, it'll go into the EHR, so it'll flag it when they open it up saying, this one is serious, right? And it'll give you triage, if this, then that. If fever of this, take Tylenol. If fever of this, go to ER, right? Or contact your provider. So there are ways to capture the data in real time that can be used in real time. And maybe, as you were saying, with the APIs and with FHIR, that can feed into the PSOs and things so that you're capturing events that shouldn't happen in real time, that then somebody, at least on an aggregate level, daily, weekly, monthly, can catch those and you can start to really see in real time what's going on. You sort of catch the hot spots quickly, and maybe there's a way to react, and you can link that to, they're all on the same drug. Usually you would give them the app because you're on a specific drug. If you know an ADHD medication or a psychotropic medication to cause adverse effects, or you're concerned of it, give them the app, and let them react to it. So that's another way to think about trying to catch sentinel events or things, in real time, using the data capabilities now and using some of the existing infrastructure with PSOs and other things that report in. It doesn't capture everybody, but at least it's another way to try to do this in a much faster real time way.
I was thinking because the voluntary reporting is a little difficult. And I was trying to do one for my dad once, and what was the date? I don't know the date he was prescribed, or, certain information I didn't have that it asked me that I thought I had to have, and I ended up not filling it out at all, which is, and for me, which I really wanted to, because I can only imagine for other people. So is there a way to connect it now that everything's, electronic medical records? Is there a way to easily do that even without AI per se, just to, so if a health professional wants to report something, can they use the electronic health records to do that? I mean, or not to do everything, but just to say what the date was, how old the person was, where they were, you know, that kind of thing.
So again, our pharmacy electronic health records already do that. It is not a requirement of the EHRs under the Office of National Coordinator for Health IT. That's what certifies and regulates what EHRs can do. They have had required case reporting to public health agencies. I think that's just been removed from the requirements of health IT. So it's a very similar thing. The kind of case reporting for your local public health department is a very similar thing to an adverse event report. So that the infrastructure is there. Most EHRs could do most of it, but they're not necessarily going to have that. You're not going to be able to pull every detail that is probably ideal for an ADE report, but it might be enough.
Like, do you think there would ever be a day where, say, in the EHR, in the med chart, if someone has an adverse drug reaction, you could literally just click on the med list, like report, and then it takes you to MedWatch, and it at least auto-populates demographics and
Yeah, again, that's what our
Like, is
pharmacy
that
systems do.
possible?
Our
Yeah.
pharmacy systems do that today.
What happens with privacy?
Just get a demo, because I think we're interested in that.
It's Liz. Liz Carlson was the one that we invited. She's the one that, she's the one that.
Years back, Mike Ibarra at Pfizer piloted something, and this was like 15 years ago, piloted this in New England, and automated reporting, so built into EHR and automatically transmitting it to FDA. And once the event is seen by a clinician, the form that comes up gets pre-populated with some of the fields that you mentioned. So the provider doesn't have the burden to fill out all the forms, and once they close it, it gets automatically submitted. And one other thing that was done, and he left to go to work with the CDICs. But this has been tried in several pharmacovigilance literature as attempts at automating reporting for very long, because that's been the bane of pharmacovigilance. The reporting has been, and in fact, even when you have reports coming on, they are poor quality reports. They don't have all the details that are needed, and so
That temporal relationship, I think, is hard to establish.
exactly. And at times it tied that even for just getting the clinician to do the minimal, which is to do that report, knowing that it will be pre-populated. There is, of course, healthcare provider consumer reporting are all voluntary. It's only manufacturer reporting that is mandatory, right? But for healthcare reporting, just having ways to tie it to some things like switching. So you want to switch, and you want you to really, what is the reason? You choose the reason why you want to switch that medicine. So there's certain things that you can literally almost mandate, because it's probably part of the clinical administration of the patient. But on the whole, you can make everything mandatory, because there's no law to support that for healthcare provider patients to mandatorily report.
So Liz is happy to talk, but she can't unmute herself.
Oh, okay.
I'll take care of that.
E. Carlson.
I could also mention, a friend of mine has a company called Device Events, which does an adverse event reporting for devices only. She used to work for the FDA. She worked in their computer system. She set up a system for them to use for adverse events. They didn't want to use it, so she left and did it herself. And she is a for-profit, but she does provide information for free to some nonprofits, and she works pretty closely with FDA still. And she works for companies who want to know how their drug is doing, also how their competitors are doing. So she finds things like reporting that's not quite accurate. So she finds, for example, more deaths than are being reported, because some of the deaths are instead reported as, a bad reaction, or, something vague that doesn't really tell you, but
With medical care.
right,
Yes.
she's able to get the information in other ways through these databases. They're all FDA databases. So something like that for drugs, it seems to me, would be very possible and helpful, especially because of the misreporting.
To go back to something you said, Dana, your parents, your mother, your father had an adverse drug event.
My dad, yeah.
Yeah. So worked with veterans over the past so many years, and the VFW in Michigan, my first 3 years from 20 to 23, lockdowns, basically an organization that at the time was largely between 60 and plus. We had to go on Zoom, and technology was our only way of functioning. And so when I think a lot of like, you have to do this electronic health record, you have to do a rollout or access through a portal. I think, can my parents do this? And I'd say in most cases, the answer is no. And I think most people would say that of a lot of their older family members. And so I don't like constantly using, oh, AI, we can use AI, we can use AI. But using Claude and Open Chat GPT a lot more lately, I feel like we could integrate with like an AI company that is HIPAA compliant. We can figure that out, where it can be automated, and so it can be a discussion between the patient and the AI, describing what happened, what the experience was. Maybe it wasn't a certain day, like you said, because that's the thing that turned me off years ago. It's like trying to figure out what my year-long withdrawal, what the start date was. Like, makes it so odd. And so like I feel like and then have it like pumped out in a form, or like in a form that can be reviewed, and then you can chat back and forth with it to make sure it's finalized, accurate, and then submit. Maybe one per each major hospital could have this, so that way it's on site, so that folks that do have technological issues could just walk in the door and use this thing, and then also have a login, so those who want to do it remotely, do it on their own could.
I appreciate you highlighting the technological issues aspect too.
Huge issue.
You have to remember that not everybody has access to the same resources, right? And that goes back to the infrastructure, the support that we provide in order for our patients to be successful.
Just highlight that I put in the chat a link to one of the largest health information networks in the country. That's what exchanges data between health systems. They have a program for electronic case reporting, and this is to public health. So they broker connections between electronic health records of multiple organizations and multiple public health agencies, so they can do this kind of electronic case reporting for public health. And then I think Liz Carlson from Optum can talk.
Let's hear from Liz, then we'll go to John Spagnola and Tammy if you want to close us up with some updates from HHS.
Okay, great.
Liz, are you there? She unmuted?
Yes, good afternoon.
So, hey.
Hey, Kevin. I'm having a little bit of a hard time hearing everybody in the room, but I think the question was just learning a little bit more about the technology we've built to make it easier for our clinicians. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. So we started building our own platform. We started in 2018. So we have a little experience with this now. And our main goal was whatever the system the pharmacist is working in, that's the system they should be in. I don't want them to have to remember to go out to this system or that system or to do these different pieces. Their job should be taking care of the patient, listening to the patient. So we worked across our different entities within Optum. We have 7 pharmacies that we support right now as Optum-owned pharmacies, where we have created the technology. If the clinician...
Whoops, you went on mute.
Thing.
You're back.
Sorry about that. Better?
Yeah.
Okay. So what we did is create a button where, something's wrong. I'm in my host system, and there's different host systems. I'm not touching anything, guys. I'm not sure what's going on there. But what happens is they click the button, and then that system talks to the system they're in to take all of the demographic information, so your patient identifiers, their initials, their date of birth, their age, and populate it into a form. And then they're served up a few questions. And what we've done is worked across each one of our business segments. We've reviewed more data than I care to talk about to figure out what are the questions that we need to prompt a clinician so they can quickly get this event in and then finish taking care of their patient, so that event can then go to the next spot. whether it's to the PSO, whether it's a sentinel event, whether it's an adverse event that we need to get to the manufacturer within 24 hours or to the FDA, or a medication error that needs to be investigated. So we've worked on this. That has been our jobs for the last, ideation, almost 10 years now. And we're at the point where we're trying to figure out, how do we productize this? Is there some type of appetite out there to take this code and apply it to different systems and different companies? Kevin, I think you summed it up well.
I have to say that sounds more efficient than the fax we recently received to our cardiologist asking for more information. He seemed really stressed out about it, and I was like, just get that to me. I'll take care of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Facts.
So let's go to John Spagnola. John, 2 minutes to share your insights.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good. Hi, everyone. I'm John Spagnola. I'm the president and CEO of Veteran Strategic Solutions. 2 minutes is a tough one, but basically I just wanted to let everyone know that we're making some great progress on written informed consent in Washington, D.C. I worked last year to close Congressman Bill Arakis to sponsor the Written Informed Consent Act, and later last year I closed Senator Tim Sheehy to sponsor it in the Senate, which has never happened before. So we have it on the books. We have 25 national veteran groups that are supporting it, including the biggest, the Legion, VFW, DAV, but that's a lot of groups. Of course, we're getting pushback by Big Pharma, getting pushback by the APA and the VA. So what I was going to request is, if anyone's interested in this being implemented, I'm hoping you might reach out to your respective congressmen and 2 senators and just ask them, to support the bill. I'm happy to report in March, we got 3 new senators just came on. Martha Blackburn, who I worked with her office directly, and it was 2 others, Daines out of Montana. We already have Tuberville out of Alabama. We have 3 committee members, which is very strong. And I think we can do this with a concerted effort. And if people put a little pressure on their congressmen and senators, there's an 800 number where you can leave a message or speak with staff people. It's 800-224-3121. And you can just leave a message or a call. The most effective thing, obviously, is face-to-face, but emails work as well. A lot of people think, oh, I'm not going to send an email. What's one email? It's not going to make a difference. Well, congressmen look at emails, just like they do all communication, as a percentage of the population. So they'll see your email as hundreds or maybe thousands of constituents, and it can have a big impact. So we've got a lot more work to do, but we can get this done if we work, in a concerted effort. And again, I want to thank Sarah and the whole organization for going after adverse reaction, drug adverse reactions, because it's destroying our country, our families from within. And I'm hoping written consent can help expose them for what they really are. And I think it will. And then, we need to look then at a differential diagnosis to look at what's the real source of people's problems, nutritional, hormonal, chemical. They all cause the same symptoms as they're treating and saying are that may be the side effects of the drugs. So long way to go, but I think I took up my 2 minutes. So there you go.
John, no, thank you so much for your work. I think that's the most common thing we hear from people is, I didn't know that was a side effect. And what you just described, I think, is the #1 most actionable step we could take, is setting an expectation that we're going to document informed consent and be consistent in the information that we're providing to make sure that people understand what the risks are and also what they should report if they do decide to take the medications before it escalates and becomes.
I was going to say, it directly addresses suicides, because if the veterans are not told that the first side effect on the high-risk meds, and we've got 5 classifications: antidepressants, antipsychotics, stimulants, anxiolytics, and narcotics. First side effect is suicide. The veteran doesn't know that. then he may think he's broken and take his life as a result, because he may think he's not worthy. Maybe he just had an upset with a spouse or lost a job, and that it's really ultimate betrayal that they're not told this. So if a doctor briefs them on it, then at least if they have that suicide or homicidal inclination or hallucinations, these are some of the side effects, they could at least reflect on that and maybe get in touch with someone like their doctor or anyone else to discuss the issue, providing a buffer before they take drastic action.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, John. Thank you so much. And lastly, I want to turn it over to Tammy for some updates.
Well, I held it flat down, but clearly this has gone way beyond everything we were talking about. I do think many of these events are preventable. If you talked about gene site testing at all?
We did talk about pharmacogenomics testing,
Okay.
yeah.
I think it works. I mean, I think it helps a lot. We're looking at preventable and
What are you
actionable.
just thinking about with pharmacogenetics testing? I've heard bits and pieces that might be some interest
I don't
in.
have any specific knowledge of that. In OASH, I don't see anything right now with that. That's pretty much a private sector. I don't think we've done much.
United States Pharmacopoeia, USP, we're working on developing pharmacogenomics standards right now.
Okay.
So I think I'd be interested to talk maybe more with you or someone else from HHS.
There's some interoperability work happening through HL7, which is one of the key health interoperability groups, to build standards to share those genomic data across health organizations.
That's the swab test, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Can be.
So if someone did a swab, send it in, and then they can get a list of, this is what drugs you would,
Generally would be more favorable.
I heard 75% of the drugs on that list might not fare well to the person.
Well, everyone's different.
What?
Everyone's different, but that's what you want to know.
Charay Gad,
Well, the big pharma's not gonna like that.
Charay Gad, who spoke earlier, she had some of her daughter's DNA and was able to submit it, and she did run her sample through a pharmacogenomics company. She's up now, but she found that her daughter couldn't properly metabolize Prozac.
So again, those are things that we can do proactively. We just talked a lot about the big release of the dietary guidelines and talking about how important diet is. And there are genes we can use, there are blood tests we can use just to see what else is affecting those serotonin levels. Since 80% of our serotonin is in our gut, if we're eating something that's causing inflammation, or we've got infections in our intestines or we're getting exposed to a lot of pesticides and herbicides, like all of us, maybe our serotonin production is way down. And so there are some actionable things that we should include in our plan as we go over that are lower hanging fruit, I think. And it's not always easy to change your diet, but if it means not having as much anxiety or depression, many people will. And I think I've seen that over and over. People come into me with headaches. I figure out what foods they're eating that it could be causing that inflammation. And then they come back and say, boy, of all things, all my anxiety is better and I'm sleeping better. So all this inflammation goes together. That's what I was.
Underlying cause.
Underlying cause, yeah.
All right, let's hear from Charay, Michelle, and then if Omar and John, you have a couple last comments. Go ahead, Charay.
I just wanted to share that gene site testing has been created in 2006 by the Cleveland Clinic and the Mayo Clinic, and doctors do not volunteer this information to give people this option. And I mean, this is one of the reasons I'm sitting here today, because I warned these doctors that she didn't like how they felt, and they should have not ignored me, and they should have offered this gene site testing. It's been around for 20 years. I don't understand why it's not being offered. It's not something that's new. And like Derek said, I had forensics do a testing on London's DNA, and she did not metabolize Prozac. And these are things that could have been prevented if the doctor would have just offered it.
And Charay, that goes back to informed consent. So there are a lot of drugs with a strong genetic association, and that's one thing we've been pushing for as well, is just telling the patient that the testing exists. They can decide whether or not they want to move forward with it. We don't need to make assumptions on whether or not they're going to get it because, what we think about their insurance coverage, but people need to know that there's a test that can give you information about how you uniquely process medications.
Yeah, and if it's going to save somebody's life, most of these insurance companies, London's insurance did pay for it, and it's $300, like to save a child's life, and I don't understand. But this is one of the things that I'm pushing in London's law for root cause intervention, for them to do more for pharmacogenomics.
John, I wish you would expand the true informed consent to many areas, especially with medications.
Yes, I was going to mention I had a couple personal calls with RFK Jr., and he has a particular interest in this area. So we're pursuing that as well in the hopes of maybe having it just implemented with a signature. Wouldn't that be the ideal scene? So hopefully we can get something accomplished.
So if I could chime in for just a minute, I'm so grateful, Tammy, that you're there. You're a rare doctor based on the way you interact with your patients, asking them about diet and so forth. Having been a volunteer in this arena for several years now, I've seen things that I'm horrified by. Somebody mentioned the National Transportation Safety Board. And if you think about 2 plane loads a day die from drug adversities, Sean Duffy would have the Transportation Board halting all travel. We'd be halting all travel if we had that kind of death rate from airplanes. And I would also suggest to you that we have money. We've got billions that were paid out. $638 billion were paid out to Georgia for opioid damages 30 years after the fact. I don't know how many billions across the country were paid out. So we've got the money. Certainly $528 billion was the cost 10 years ago to morbidities and mortality from these things. And then, of course, that the HHS document is 12 years old and inactive at this point, which Sarah had pointed out. So we've got the resources, we've got the money, we've got the data. We just haven't had the will. And one of the problems, Tammy, that I think you could take back to HHS is that we've heard in the last year that there's a congressional mandate for people to stay in their lanes. So law enforcement that's observing a mass shooting is not talking to HHS, is not talking to the FDA, is not talking to these various lanes because they're forced to stay in their lane. By definition, stay in your lane means don't connect the dots. And I think that's a really important consideration. The last thing I'll mention, I've got so many notes from listening to you all today that I'll share with Sarah, and she can do with it what she wills. But I would suggest to you this: we're not going to fine-tune solutions here on the reporting system or the testing or what have you in piecemeal. Tammy, I think that you've got people around this table, especially Bob sitting right next to you, as an impairment survivor that can document for you the entire broken system. Looking at the entire broken system from what is the malady definition? How did this doctor determine he had ADHD in 10 seconds? All right, so the malady definition to the prescription, to the monitoring of that prescription, to the dosing of that prescription, to the off-ramp for that prescription, to the reporting of an adversity, to where does that adversity go? Who holds accountability for that adversity? How does it get to the manufacturer? Who has responsibility for oversight? What are the incentives for health improvement versus sick care? And everything in between. So, and tapering off and so forth. So looking at the entire system, Tammy, is something that HHS, and God love them, Bobby Kennedy is one that solves big problems, along with the rest of the administration, breaking down the silos, looking at the holistic issue, and saying, how are we going to piece all of this together with improvements along the way? That's my 2 cents.
Oh, I'll be busy for a couple of years here.
Yeah, Thank you, Michelle. I agree. I think we have our work cut out for us, but it sounds like we have a plan in progress. So what you can expect in next steps, everyone who's registered for today's webinar will get a copy of the recorded sessions. I think the most important thing about today is hearing the stories and having a platform to share stories. So keep sharing the stories. We have a social media toolkit online. You can use the hashtag #ThirdCause. On the thirdcause.org website, we have a pager policy overview, as John was mentioning, reaching out to your representatives and just asking them to elevate the issue of medication safety paired with your story as well. So with that, I think we will close out today's session. I want to thank all of our panelists for the incredible insights and just really great discussion and ideas that were shared today. And we'll look forward to following up with the next steps. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Sure. Big thanks to you, Jacob over here, for organizing, putting this together. Yeah, I've been on this journey with you for about 3 years. And it's spectacular. I see big things happening on March 24th every year.
Visit thirdcause.org to learn more.